Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Old Home Week 2025 continues on this Tuesday night. It is draw night. The official ambassadors, the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors, will be arriving tonight, and we'll get to more of that in just a minute. Race Day Live is underway here for Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And just another beautiful day in Prince Edward Island, although it is hot. And due to that, we have our heating protocols in place tonight. We're taking those extra precautions due to the warm weather for equine athletes. We'll be shortening our post parades in tonight's program so the horses spend less time on the track, and the horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time. So keep that in mind. If you plan to wager, you should consider wagering early. And let me dive a little deeper into those heat protocols, because you may think, well, the paddock and the ship, and maybe they're really hot. Well, we have heat pumps in there with the cool air, and all day we've been having the fans blow those cool air around, so that keeps them cool in that area. We have a bit of a breeze too, which is nice to have at 15 kilometers an hour from the south. So the sunset's coming in at 8:27. The first four will roll starting at 6 o'clock, and then we take a break because we have the Gold Cup ambassadors, so we'll be back in action again probably closer to 7:30. So that's how the evening's going to roll out. You're with Lee Drake along with Ken Morganton and Kurt Hughes. Vance Cameron in the booth getting ready to call all the action tonight. We do have a bit of a switcher problem in the control room, so they'll get to us in a few minutes, but it's not really about us and our faces. But we are ready to go with the draw tonight, guys. And you know what? The ambassadors, when they come down the track, this is something they look forward to. They take their spots in that official center field in the judges' tower, and they will select their horses that they will represent in the $100,000 final. And I'm sure Kurt and Ken, every owner, every trainer, every groom, every driver is waiting tonight to see where they will draw on the gate. And Kurt, take us through how important it is post position on a half-mile racetrack in a final like this.
Yeah, you obviously want to draw inside 1, 2, 3, or 4. But I find sometimes that the rail can actually make you uncomfortable as a driver, because you got to push out of there for a position. But horses from the outside can come down and force you to do something that you may not want to do, maybe stretching your horse out a little further than you wanted to, or maybe you get boxed in if you let one go. So the rail, it's great on a half-mile track, but sometimes it can make you very uncomfortable. 2, 3, or 4 would be the ideal spot for me as a driver. Ken, what do you like?
Absolutely. 1 through 5. I'm not enamored with the rail. And post 5, well, you're kind of mid-pack and letting things settle down, let the dust settle, because you know there's going to be first turn and first quarter mayhem in these races. 2, 3, and 4, I agree, are ideal. I think you've got the top 4 are, of course, Mickey Shan, Poseidon Sealster, it's Major, and Virgo right there. But I also, in addition to the post positions, I want to see who the final drivers are going to be as well.
Yeah, and that's coming. We'll have that done. Of course, the draw coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. I must say I'm always leaning on post 4, post 5 in these big races. A great angle to the turn in there. You got a good chance to fly out of there if you're going to fly out of there. And I know everyone talks about post position 8 and that dreaded 8-hole, Kurt and Ken, but you know, Earl Smith won it from post 8 there. We've had 9 horses with the trailer. They've won it twice. I mean, it really comes down to how the caliber of horses you have that's leaving from that post position and how they can navigate from that, especially post 8, I would think.
Yeah, Tough Hombre was another one from post 7 that won from the outside. And I believe Mark McDonald, maybe with Sandals Dexter back in the day, won from post 7 from off the pace. So really, it doesn't matter where you draw. You just got to hope. If you draw outside, you got to hope for some hot early speed, and then you can pick up the pieces late in the mile. And if you draw inside, you're hoping to trip out to hopefully pick up the win.
All right, the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery, the Smash the Track record $10,000 check presentation. Well, Warren Ellis and family at Summerside Chrysler Dodge will have more on that tonight as well. It all happens when the ambassadors come down the track after race 4, which means no warm-ups after the 4th. And we'll take a break, and that'll help us with our temperature as well as it continues to drop down here through this evening. Let's get all those equipment and program changes and everything you need to start your car tonight with this Tuesday night program. And the gentleman who will call the action tonight to start things off on a Tuesday, here is Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Lee, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 30 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 32 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission tonight. The senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 7, Captain Tate. The driver will be Mark Campbell. Race 1, number 7, Captain Tate. Mark Campbell drives. Next change will go to race number 4. In the 4th race, a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, number 2, Highly Toxic, will go from a chin chain to a birch bit, and she'll add a choke plate. Number 4, Baker's Dozen, removing blinkers. Turning over to race number 5, the first Super High 5 on tonight's program. In the 5th, scratch number 5, Windermere, I'm All Right, She Will Not Go. Race 5, scratch number 5, Windermere, I'm All Right. Turning over to race 6, an A division of the Sire Stakes, number 1, Mysterious Ways, removing the ear hood, adding ear plugs. Turning over to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 1, West Coast Kid is adding a choke plate. Number 5, Western Delight has a chart line not showing from the 9th of August here in Charlottetown, the fast track, scoring from post 8 and finished 5th. Was race timed in 1:54 and 3, driven by Ryan Darage. Also in race number 7, there's no show wagering available. No show wagering on tonight's 7th race. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 3, I'm a Country Girl, adding knee boots and removing the Murphy blind. Final change on the card is in race number 12, an A division of the Atlantic Sires. Number 4, G is Gem, going from an open bridle and cheek rolls to a blind bridle. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's 13-race presentation. The Par Mutual windows are open and selling. Race 1 post time is set for 6 o'clock. That gives you 21 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abegued Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Okay, so here we are back with Race Day Live on this Tuesday night. It is draw night for the Ambassadors. They're going to make their way here and down the track at 7 o'clock, so that'll take us into another break on the track here tonight. And then, of course, they get introduced, draw their horses, and they're all important post positions, and that'll all take place in that historic Judges Tower tonight. Well, Lee Drake, along with Kurt Hughes and Ken Morganton at the desk, Vance Cameron in the booth here tonight. And with their heat protocols in place, the horses and the drivers will be staying in the paddock longer, and they'll be coming out on the track much shorter. And so keep that in mind if you are playing the horses tonight. All right, now we're going to take you back, as we said, 20 years this year, celebrating 20 years of Red Shores, and so many great memories over the years, guys, with the great races and events and people and, of course, horses. And 2021 is where we're going to key in tonight, and that was Smooth Lou winning the Gold Cup, 51 and a piece that year. And Kurt, right off the bat, family connection there. Explain that to our viewers about that family connection you have and how exciting that was that night.
Yeah, so they are my cousins, Robert and Patrick Shepard. And I remember watching that race from home that year, and it was just incredible to see them win it. Robert gave him a perfect drive, moved him early, came first up, and he just brushed and crushed that night. But Lee, we've been wanting to win that race since we were probably 3 or 4 years old, and I think we've done Gold Cup and Saucer mock races probably 1 million times throughout our childhood. So it was just incredible to see them win it. And to do it together, that was something special.
You know, Ken Morganton and I were there that night along with Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron, of course, and we were in the winner's circle, and you could just feel the excitement and the celebration there that night in the winner's circle. We'll have more on that in just a minute. But let's take you back. This is the entire race, 2021, Smooth Lou, Robert Shepard winning, and Patrick Shepard winning the Gold Cup and Saucer.
It's Cup and Saucer 62, post time. Up and pacing, Smooth Lou leaving out. Legion Sealster, somewhere fancy along the rail, will lead them into the turn. Racing from third, race him up on the outside, Smooth Lou fourth. Day Delight followed through to be fifth. Racing from sixth, Ideal Perception. Rock Lights is seventh. Then in eighth, National Death. On the outside, the trailer ninth. Time to Dance, rolling to the opening quarter mile, led by Somewhere Fancy, in line to David Dowling, right on the choo-choo. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2 opened it up. Somewhere Fancy, the leader. 2-hole ride, Legion Sealster. Race him up at the rail third. Cut on the outside, Smooth Lou going to be all the way fourth. Following the cover on the outside, fifth. Ideal Perception. Day Delight in sixth. Time to Dance seventh. On the outside, 8, National Death. Now the trailer, Rock Lights is ninth, 50, 6 and 1. Opening half mile, rounding the paddock turn, led by Somewhere Fancy. Laying on the outside, Smooth Light. Coming on now to take over the lead. Pacing third, Ideal Perception. Legion Sealster needs a way out in fourth. By the 3/4, and the new leader is Smooth Lou and Robert Shepard. 1:24 and 1 down at 3/4. Homeward bound in Cup and Saucer 62. What an effort in here. Smooth Lou and the Shepard brothers. Driver Robert, trainer Patrick. They win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Smooth Lou by open legs. Time for the mile, 1:51 and 1.
And you know, Ken Morganton, when we were looking at that race, I know when you did the interview a little later, you know, Smooth Lou did take a seat. He sat fifth briefly and then came charging up on the outside. What an effort that night.
Yeah, it was a great field, too. You had 2 previous winners in the race, the defending champion Time to Dance and the 2018 winner, Somewhere Fancy. This was a 5-year-old son of Sweet Lou, purchased from trainer Ron Burke, the Burke Connections, who, by the way, just scored 16,000 of victory. Island-born, raised horseman, great gaited, a big horse He was good over any size track, and it was a long, slow grind. As Patrick said, look, trainer or driver Robert Shepard, got the brothers mixed up, said his brother had the horse ready. He had a great first trial. He wasn't roughed up there, and it was just our night.
Certainly was. Now there's a winner's circle photo here, Kurt, when you talk about family connections, and what a great shot this is in here. You have all the official party in there with the trophies, but the brothers, Patrick and Robert there, and the whole family came back, and they did this just an emotional hug on the turn when they greeted Robert coming off. But there's Jack McKenzie there, the ambassador that year, and that's just a special moment right there that'll go down in history.
Yeah, absolutely. Robert and his family, Isabel and his daughter there, and Patrick with the trophy there. And then over in the far right, Robert and Patrick's mom, Fran, and then our grandmother, Ollie Hughes. And so they were all celebrating that night. And like you said, Lee, that hug out on the track between their father, Harold Shepard, and the boys, Stephen, Robert, and Patrick. It was something special that night for sure.
Yeah, it was. And there's Judy McDonald holding the Mike McDonald trophy for the driver as well. So just another great memory, and we'll be taking you through memory lane as we get closer and closer to the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer on Saturday night. That was the 62nd right there as the race day preview takes a break. And there's the Atlantic Postal's paddock cam for you and those selections. We'll be back with more in a few minutes. All right, 6 minutes to post to race number one. The horses will be staying in the paddock as per our heat protocols and the extra precautions were taken tonight because of the hot weather for equine athletes and the drivers as well. So, Ken, we'll lead off with you. You're at the top of the page here, coming up in the Carolyn Sue Gormley Memorial, and you're leading on the 4 in here. You got your sequence, you got a couple of 4s in the match there, but you're leading off with the 4 in here on race number 1.
Yeah, my old buddy Paul McKenzie from Flamborough Downs is driving my top pick here, the 4 Capuano, with the 2 Salzburg Carly, the current favorite, and 9-5 right now. Some love for the 1 here as well. Cattle call, but I've got 4-2-5.
So, Kurt Hughes, you are in the mix here tonight along with Post Time Picks, and the Post Time Picks, the author is Peter McPhee.
Yes, I'm matching with Ken here. I look at 4-2-5, and Peter, he's going with a 2-5-4 in here, classifier's choice. 2-4-5, Peter, and the classifier going with Salzburg Carly. And Kenny Murphy, trainer Joe Baxter, a 2-year-old filly by McWicked, coming in off a 2nd in a grassroots.
Yeah, I'll pick 5 kicks it off with that new guarantee pool of 2,500, that low 15% takeout.
Evening's first race on the track for Post Parade. It's the Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial, number 1 Cattle Call. Owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Ron Matheson. Joe Barrio drives. Salzburg Carly 2, owned and trained by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Kenny Murphy drives. Lady Elena 3 is owned by Blaine Tebow of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter. Corey McPherson. Capuano number 4, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Von Doyle, the trainer, driven by Paul McKenzie. 5 McLovin, owned by James Farrow of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Captain Vespa G is the 6, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. driving. 7 is Captain Tate, owned by James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker. Note the driver change to Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell on the 7, Captain Tate. 8 is Ideal Bruiser, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter, Ryan DeRage. Final call to wager on a race number 1, Lee Drake at Studio 66, along with Ken Workington and Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk, and they're all on race day.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. And here is the wagering venue for you tonight. The I'll Pick 5, the 2,500 guarantee pool. That kicks it off here, that low 15% takeout. You got the Super High 5 coming up in race 5, and then the last 4 races of the night, that'll be the start of your Late Pick 4 with that new 1,500 guarantee pool. And the last race of the program, that late Super High 5. Low 15% takeouts in play here tonight. Ken and Kurt will pick up the top contenders here next.
Okay, race 1 starters on track. It is the Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial. Lots of ways to play the horses in here as well. Daily Double kicking off the I'll Pick 5 as well. Exactors Superfecta, Triactor Wagering, and the Wild Horses Tag as well. Ken and I are matching strides in here in this race with the 4 Capuano, 2-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar. Chris Kelly from Calgary is the owner, Von Doyle the trainer, and Paul McKenzie is home to drive. And Ken, this one's coming off a big race last time out, and I just looked up Paul McKenzie's stats. 9,397 career victories, over $56 million in career earnings.
Yeah, that ain't hay. And you remember those old cheat sheets that you used to get at the racetrack where they said, last the indicator. The last start. This is where it applies here. The 4 Capuano used hard early, still held for the deuce in a 157 and 4 clocking last out. Now makes that key third start off the better with the better draw. It seems to be hinting of that maiden breaking score, and right now is the current 9-5 favorite.
Also getting some attention on the board is the 2 Salzburg Carly, 2-year-old filly by McWicket. Kenny Murphy will drive for trainer Joe Baxter. Joe's the owner from Spring Valley PEI, and this one's coming in off a strong second.
Yeah, this one is a daughter of McWicket. I like that. Stepped it up in her second start. A nice late surge and just missed. Draws inside of fashion. A similar trip might be on the verge here right now, and this one has a bit of a stale date there, July 17th, 5-2 on the board.
And there is the 5 McLovin. This is another one by McWicket, 2-year-old gelding by McWicket. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. James Perot of Stratford is the owner, and poor draw last time out, but raced well.
Yeah, well, this McWicked gelding did serve notice right off the hop. His first start was a pretty sharp second at Summerside. Then he had some road trouble, rallied to hit the board last out. Woodstock back here in Charlottetown, and currently 5-2 for Kenny Arsenault.
So as we said, the horses are not going to be on the track long. Once they get introduced, they score down and make their way around to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Countdown clock is in. It is draw night, so the first 4 races, and then we take a break for the Gold Cup Ambassadors. So no warm-ups after the 4th tonight. We're ready to go for the opener in Charlottetown, in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And here with the call is Vance Cameron.
Cattle Call, Salisbrook Carly, Lady Helena, Capuano McLovin, Captain Besbit G, Captain Tate, Ideal Bruiser, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Back leaving the 5, McLovin. There they go, up and pacing. Salisbury Carly will leave out alongside. That's the stablemate Lady Helena. Then third one to the turn. Cattle Call way wide in 4th, Captain Besbit G. Then in 5th is Capuana. Coming up 6 on the outside, that's Ideal Bruiser. Away 7th is Captain Tate. And the trailer is McLovin. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, led by Salisbury Carly. In line to Kenny Murphy. And their stablemate will get the 2-hole ride, Lady Helena. Racing from 3rd is Cattle Call. 4th up the rail, Captain Besbit G. 29 seconds flat, opened it up. Racing from 5th is Ideal Bruiser. Capuano's going to the outside. He's from 6th. Then 7th, coming off the turn, is Captain Tate. Trailing the field, McLovin. They arrive at the opening half mile next. Salisbury Carly will get the opener halfway home. The 2-hole ride, Lady Helena coming up 3rd. Here's the Joe Baxter triplets at the opening half mile. Ideal Bruiser joining the fray on the outside 3rd, 59 and 1 was the half. 4th is Cattle Call, Capuano on the outside 5th. Racing into 6th, McLovin. Back 7th, Captain Besbit G. And on the outside, Captain Tate, the trailer, the 3/4 next. Salisbury Carly clear by 2. Second, Lady Helena between them. That's Ideal Bruiser up the inside. Cattle Call coming from the outside. That is Capuano, the 3/4 in 1:28 and 3. They round the top turn for the final time with an 8 left to go. Salisbury Carly looking to see it through. Capuano on the outside. Up the rail, Lady Helena. Then way wide, McLovin comes late. On the wire next. Here's Spook Paul McKenzie. Capuano opens it up. McLovin 2nd, Cattle Call 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for the Tuesday night opener, and a perfect steer by Paul McKenzie. Let's make it 9,398 winners.
Yeah, classy guy and a very patient drive here off the speed. Cattle Call. Salisbury Carly takes the early lead at 7-2. Kenny Murphy 29, 59, 1, 128 and 3. It was the Joseph Baxter show there for a moment. 1, 2, and 3 in the field. Lady Helena was in the 2-hole, but coming on by and forced 3 wide there around a staller was the eventual winner, Capuano, a son of a gelding by Better Than Cheddar for trainer Von Doyle and Paul McKenzie. McLovin, who you pointed out made a skip before the gate and spotted them some, I don't know, at least 5 lengths at the start. He rallies stoutly to finish 2nd. Cattle Call 3rd, but it's Capuano with the maiden breaking score here with Paul McKenzie in 1:58 and 1, and they are up next in the winner's circle, and that is the Crown Rust Proofing winner's circle.
Here comes Capuano to the first race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding. 2-year-old son of Better Than Chatter is off the Sportsmaster dam, Kelly's Keepsake, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by the C1AMG Stables of New Brunswick, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Paul McKenzie's in the driver's seat to guide the colt to a maiden record on this night of 158 and 1. Capuano in the first. Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial has that trackside winner's circle cooler presentation.
Great shot there by Universum in the new winner's circle tonight by Crown Rust Proofing. And special shout out going out to Cam Gurney, who's our winner's circle manager throughout the week. And he's got a busy night, a lot of nights, putting those coolers on and managing those winner's circles. And we appreciate it.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the first race: Cattle Call third, Salzburg Carly fourth, Lady Helena finished fifth. Capuano, the race winner. McLovin was second. Captain Vesvid G seventh. Captain Tate was sixth. Ideal Bruiser finished eighth. They went 29, 59 and 1, 128 and 3, and the Mild in 158 and 1. In review, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 7, 6-8. Capuano paid $4 to win. The Exactor 11.10, Triactor 45.20, and the Superfecta 11.16. Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 7 tonight, we have a late scratch. In the 7th race, scratch number 2, Big Bad Bruiser, he will not go. Race 7, scratch number 2, Big Bad Bruiser.
Okay, so there's a look at that 4-5-1 Triactor there in the opener, 45-20 as we get ready for race number 2, the Atlantic Sire Stakes. For 2-year-old fillies, they go for a purse of $6,000, and they'll be coming out of the paddock closer to post time. That's what the heat protocol is in place tonight. A couple more races to go, then there's no warm-ups after the 4th. We're on a break after that as the ambassadors will arrive here tonight and make their selections of horses for the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. The $10,000 Warren Ellison Family Summerside Chrysler Dodge will also go into play. We'll have that for you details as too. Here's another great offer all this week. It's Gold Cup and Saucer week, and it's HBI Gold Cup week offer. So players across the country who play Red Shores will wager $25 or more and receive 5% cash back. during this week. And HBI PEI players who play Red Shores during this week receive a ballot for $500 rebate. More information on the great offers, sign up for free at hbibet.com. Download the app now as well in the App Store. And you can do that. You must opt in to play. Let's slide in the picks here as we go to the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam and back to the picks. We got a long line of selections here for you tonight. And Ken Morkington, you lead it off, who's the champion of this year's All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
Yeah, and the plugs were still in at the finish. It was a jogola. We've got the same as Kurt. Kurt and I are vowed we've got to try to sweep the card one of these nights.
Yes,
I know. So maybe tonight.
Tonight could be our night.
I just put the curse on us.
Yeah, I know. We're both matching strides here with the winner. You look at 5-4-1. I'm going with a 5-1-3. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. He's an excellent handicapper as well, Ken. He's going 1-5-4, and the classifier's choice is 4-5-3.
First division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old filly Pacers on the second race parade. All Mock the Money, number 1, over David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Shine Runner is 2, on by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Claire Murphy, and Frank Balcom. David Dowling trains and drives. 3 is Uptown Tonight, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Jr. does the training. Miles Sr. drives. Magnificent Rose, number 4, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. Windermere Denosy, number 5, owned and trained by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge, Mark Campbell. Camluck Lady is 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Take a Joke wears 7, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Angel drives at 2 minutes. 2 post time. Just a friendly reminder, the Gold Cup and Saucer 66 post position draw will take place after race number 4 tonight.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Great tourism ads there, and thank you for support, Tourism Prince Edward Island. And no better place to be in the world than Prince Edward Island in July and August, all year round for that fact. It might be a little cooler, of course, when you hit the January time, but with Atlantic Sire Stakes tonight, the fillies in action here, purse of $6,000. We don't have a lot of time because the horses are staying in the paddock longer. That means they're going to be on the track less. Over to Ken and Kurt to pick up their top contenders.
Yeah, we're tracking along with the 5 here on the screen right now. Windermere Denosy. Mark Campbell will drive for trainer Saul Lanigan. Saul is also the owner from Cambridge PEI. and this one had post 5 in the maiden last time out. I thought it was a real good performance, and Campbell was on board for that trip.
Well, Kurt, you always like it when they're more eager to please and they flash speed. Last out, held for the show, despite going maybe a bit too fast there for her liking. Needed that race, coming off the 6th scratch. Second try off the 6th scratch here right now with Mark Campbell in the bike, 8-5.
And then we'll go right next door to the 4, Magnificent Rose, 2-year-old filly by Tobago Cays. Kenny Murphy driving for trainer Joe Baxter. Rebecca May Horton. PEI is the co-owner along with Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. And this one's coming in off a pocket-sitting victory. Yeah,
and looks like she's got a pretty bright future. Had broken equipment. It shows that, the BE, in her debut at Summerside. Then lived up to the tote hype with a rousing run up the score, 6-length score. She's got plenty of upside here for Kenny Murphy and Joseph Baxter. 7-2, a nice price on the 5-2 morning line favorite, Magnificent Rose.
Okay, we're getting our first look at Almakda Money, making her debut here from the pole position. 2-year-old filly by Tobago Cays. David Lund, the owner. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver. Really sharp closing quarter in that second qualifier.
Yeah, first time starter. Good look at her right here coming by us. A good long stride there, 3-1. Gilles Barrio, trained and driven filly, who cranked it up with that eye-catching second with a 28-3 second qualifier. Lands the rail, chance to play the stocking role in this Atlantic Sires B division. That's Almakda Money.
Yeah, I love that name too, Almakda Money. And, Barrio scoring down there. She looks really relaxed, getting ready to go to the gate here as you see the starting gate rolling into position here for race number 2 tonight. Exacta 20-cent Superfecta tractor wagering. You can always tag your ticket with the wild horses here. On track. That's an on-track play only.
Minor delay in the start. 2, Shine Runner, returned to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. Palm Beach windows remain open and selling for any last-minute second race selections.
So the 2, Shine Runner, back on the track. And the gate's rolling. Countdown clock's in for race 2. The horses lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to the race call with Vance Cameron.
First of 6 division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, lining up in a second. I'll Mock the Money, Shine Runner, Uptown Tonight, Magnificent Rose, Windermere Denazi, Camlock Lady, and Take a Joke, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Uptown Tonight is the first one out. Second, Windermere Denazi to their outside. Take a Joke, then up the rail. I'll Mock the Money around the turn goes fourth. Racing from fifth as they go to the 8th pole. Magnificent Rose from the outside 6. Camlock Lady and the trailer. That is Shine Runner. The quarter pole bound. Uptown Tonight for Miles Heffernan Sr. Out in front, second, Windermere Denazi. All alone in third. That's Take a Joke. Well, back into fourth and alone there. I'll Mock the Money. Racing from fifth, Magnificent Rose. Camlock Lady is sixth and offside seventh. Shine Runner. The fillies are strung out. Opening quarter was solid 28 and 2. Uptown Tonight, the fraction setter. Windermere Denazi goes second. Racing from third, that's Take a Joke. Fourth is I'll Mock the Money. Magnificent Rose tipping out in fifth. Then racing sixth is Camlock Lady, the trailer. That is Shine a Runner. Halfway home in the Sire Stakes, led by Uptown Tonight in 58 and 1. On the outside, Windermere Denazi is the challenger. Magnificent Rose has picked up third. Take a Joke goes fourth. Fifth, that's I'll Mock the Money. Camlock Lady is sixth. And the trailer, Shine Runner, 3/4 coming next. Uptown Tonight, the leader. Magnificent Rose up the inside is second. Now back to third, Windermere Denazi coming fourth. I'll Mock the Money. 3/4 of a mile in 1:28 and 1/8 of a mile left to go. Uptown Tonight on the outside. Magnificent Rose coming to call. I'll Mock the Money. She's coming late on the outside. Third on the wire next. Magnificent Rose in the Sire Stakes for Kenny Murphy. I'll Mock the Money was second. Uptown Tonight held third. 1:58 and 1.
Okay, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies B division here in race 2, and we're getting a look at that Universum Media slow-mo. The 3, Uptown Tonight and Heffernan, they insisted on the lead. Itching in the 2-hole was Mark Campbell and his mount Windermere Denazi, and he pulled pocket early, Ken.
Yeah, he did. I don't know. Well, I'm not Mark Campbell, and I don't drive horses, but yeah, he thought, well, that Miles Heffernan was getting after Uptown Tonight and appeared to be laboring, so he went for it, and it didn't work out. And Kenny Murphy, meanwhile, off the speed, dove to the inside of Mark Campbell. Instead of going to the outside, it was there. Sat the 2-hole, popped out, and scores her second straight victory. A daughter of Tobago Cays, Ken Murphy for Joseph Baxter, 158 and 1. I'll Mock the Money. A first-time starter to watch. A solid second. Uptown Tonight settles for third, and we'll see Magnificent Rose and Kenny Murphy in the Crown Rustproofing Winner's Circle next.
Magnificent Rose into the second race, Crown Rust Protection winner's circle. Pacing Brown Filly 2, the daughter of Tobago Cays, off the Matt Scooter Dam. Matador's Rose, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Bred by Rebecca May Horton and Jeff Lilly. Trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy will guide her to victory and a new record of 158 and 1/5. Magnificent Rose in the Atlantic Sire Stakes Old Home Week at Charlottetown with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now, the official results in the second race, I'll Mock the Money was second. Shine Runner finished fifth. Uptown Tonight third. Magnificent Rose, the race winner. Windermere Denozy finished fourth. Camluck Lady was seventh. Take a Joke finished sixth. They went 28-2, 58-1, 128-1, and the mile in 158-1. From the top, your program reads 253-1476. Magnificent Rose paid $6.30 to win. The Exactor 1920, Triactor 6210, Superfactor 2131, and the Early Daily Double $13.
The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion is back for the 2025 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. If the winning horse in the 66th edition of the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer smashes the track record of 150-1, the ownership of the horse will receive a check for $5,000 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The remaining horses in the field will receive an additional $715 each. The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion in the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Okay, we're about 3 away from race 3. It is the Gordon Neal Memorial. The horses are staying in the paddock just to keep them nice and cool, and so the post parade will be coming out around 0 minutes. So we'll take a look at our selections for the upcoming third race. Ken, you're going with the 6 in here.
Yeah, Defiant, little Defiant here. I'm a little surprised the 5 watchmakers at even money, 8-5 in the 1. Nova Scotia Strong going for 3 straight, 6-1-4.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with a 1-2-3. I think it's as easy as 1-2-3 in here, Ken. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. He likes a 1-2-6, and the classifier's choice is a 1-6-4 in the upcoming third race.
Third race is the Gordon Neal Memorial. Number 1 is Nova Scotia Strong, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 2 Fout, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy, Mark Campbell. Proud of You Today, number 3, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson, trained and driven by Keith Ford. Max Patrick is 4, Miles Heffernan Sr. driving for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. 5 is Watchmaker, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ellen Stevenson, Mike Downey driving. Hamac Exclusive, number 6, owned by Leithwaite, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson. Final call for wagering here on race number 3 with no changes. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Lee, Ken, and Kurt have the top selections next.
Great crowd in the top of the park, enjoying an excellent evening here of dining and racing. Great racing so far through 2 races as well. We had an Atlantic Sires take B division there in race 2. Kenny Murphy got the job done in that race with Magnificent Rose, and we're out onto the track here for race 3. It is the Gordon Neal Memorial, and Ken, your angle is the outside here. You like the 6 Hamac Exclusive. Corey McPherson in the seat for trainer Leslie Wade.
This is a 4-year-old who's tangled with tougher company this season. It dropped to this 10-01 level. It just missed at Summerside. Goes back to Corey McPherson. Banks on the right pace here from a tricky post at 7-2.
Okay, and on the rail, Nova Scotia Strong. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Tyler Moore is the co-owner. Gordy Rudolph also shares ownership with Archie Hattie and James Bagnall. Tyler Moore, a Gold Cup and Saucer winner with 18 back in the day, Ken. Okay. Nova Scotia Strong, streaking with 2 in a row.
Yeah, sparked his form with that wire-to-wire win at the 7:01 level, and then came roaring right back to repeat with a wide rally, but he did get to catapult off a 56.5 last Friday. He stands out on the rail. He is even money. We'll try to beat him.
And there's the 4 Max Patrick. This is a 4-year-old gelding by sports writer Alan Gregory of Charlottetown is the owner and trainer. Miles Heffernan in the seat. And this one's coming in off a pocket sitting deuce.
Yeah, solid runner-up to Nova Scotia Strong last Friday. That was an improved mile. Better effort. Now he gets another shot at this reduced 10:01 level with the decent draw here. And he is a fair price at 6-1. It's 6-1-4 for me.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for tonight's third race. It is the Gordon Neal Memorial. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Nova Scotia Strong felt proud of you today. Max Patrick Watchmaker and Hamac exclusive. Tom of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, the inside trio are firing. Nova Scotia Strong, found and proud of you today. Into the turn, Max Patrick at the rail fourth. On the outside fifth is Hamac exclusive. And a Watchmaker is the early trailer. En route to the opening quarter, Nova Scotia Strong out in front. In line to Mike McGuigan. Two-hole ride. That goes to Fout racing from third. Proud of you today. At the rail fourth is Hamac exclusive. Then in fifth it's Max Patrick. And the trailer, Watchmaker 28 and 2. The opening quarter mile straight alignment as they round the top turn. On the point, Nova Scotia Strong, the leader. Felt comes out of the turn second, racing third. Proud of you today. Hamac exclusive. He's there fourth. Max Patrick is now moving to the outside fifth. And Watchmaker is the trailer. Halfway home with Nova Scotia Strong out in front. Felt goes second. Proud of you today. Third, 57 and 1.5 mile. First up in the outside fourth, Max Patrick underway. Watchmaker is following that cover in the outside fifth. Now the trailer, Hamac exclusive. The three-quarters comes next. Nova Scotia Strong will get them there. Felt races second. Max Patrick has picked up third on the outside. Proud of you today, riding the rail fourth. On the outside, Watchmaker fifth. Trailing six, Hamac exclusive. 1:27 flat at three-quarters. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Nova Scotia Strong wanted to take them all the way. Fout is second. Proud of you today. Watchmaker way wide on the wire next. Nova Scotia Strong will win again for Mike McGuigan. Tight for the deuce. Proud of you today up against a closing Watchmaker. 1:55 and 1.
Okay, just like he did 2 starts back with the pole position, Nova Scotia Strong and Mike McGuigan, they go right down the road here, Ken.
Yeah, sparked his form, as we said, with that wire-to-wire win at the 7:01 level. Came right back with the rousing rally. Makes it 3 in a row. He's on the choo-choo here and goes unchallenged. 28 and 2, 57 and 1, 127. Michael McGuigan, the trainer and driver, with some great rating here. 28 and 1, polishes it off. 155 and 1. It's a new lifetime mark here for the 5-year-old by He's Watching. Proud of you today. 3-hole ride finishes second. Watchmaker, second over, finishes third. Hamac exclusive did not pull and had some pace on the inside, but it's a 1:35 here. Nova Scotia Strong wins again and will report to the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Here comes Nova Scotia Strong to the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 5, but he's watching off the Well Said Dam. Elisa Hanover, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hattie, and James Bagnall. Bred by James Bagnall of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven to victory by Mike McGuigan. The horse gets his third in a row, and it's a new pacing record on this night of 1:55-1. Nova Scotia Strong in the Gordon Neal Memorial.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the third. Nova Scotia Strong, the race winner. Felt finished 5th. Proud of You Today was 2nd. Max Patrick finished 6th. Watchmaker was 3rd. Hamac Exclusive 4th. 28-2, 57-1. 127, and the mile in 1:55-1. In review, 152.634. Nova Scotia Strong paid $4. The Exactor $75.60. The Triactor $191.30. And the Superfecta was $73.84.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through hpibet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI. Okay, 5 away from race 4. Just another reminder that we are keeping the because of the heat, we're keeping the horses in the paddock there. They got the heat pumps, AC blasting, and the fans blowing that cold air around just to keep the horses cool. And we'll bring them out around 0 minutes to post. So they're going to go, they'll come out for post parade right around 0 minutes. So keep that in mind when you're playing your wagers here in this fourth race. Atlantic Sire 6, 2-year-old fillies. B division, Ken, we are matching strides again, 4-1-6.
Yeah, trying to beat the one here, 1-9, and Starship Dancer looks to rebound off a couple of debacles. For Sharp Connections, Mark Campbell, Earl Watts, we've got 4-1-6.
Yeah, and Peter McPhee, that's post-time picks there. You're seeing third on the screen, 1-4-6. Classifier's choice is also 1-4-6, and as you mentioned, Starship Sundancer with Mark Campbell in the seat tonight, getting all the attention right now at 1-9. Okay, there's a look at the place photo from the third race. You can see the three on the inside. Proud of you today, getting the nose on the line over the 5 Watchmaker, who was flying late in the mile. So watch for Watchmaker in his next start. You may want to put a star next to his name and keep an eye out for when he's in again, because he closed really well for Downey.
Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Fourth race parade, Starship Sundancer, number 1, owned by Claude Portier. Trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell driving. Highly Toxic 2, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonshaw. Paul does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Stormy's Hush Money 3 is owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick. Trained by Wayne Watson, driven by David Dowling. Baker's Dozen 4, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Paul Langell. Nevaeh Divine, number 5, owned by Walter Nagel of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Lila Berry 6, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Mrs. Gallant, number 7, owned by Peter Gilby of Lance, Nova Scotia, the BMD Memorial Stable of Crapo. Joe Baxter does the conditioning, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Final call to make your selections here in race number 4. Harness Racing Karaoke Star is scheduled for Thursday, August 14th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Zoe Cormier. This is Race Day, broadcasting live from beautiful Prince Edward Island. For post times, upcoming events, and promotions, go to Redshores.ca.
Great to hear from Zoe there with that note, and we'll see Zoe and the other ambassadors here after the upcoming this 4th race. So stay tuned for that. We got the draw for the Gold Cup and Saucer coming up soon. So stay tuned. But we are on track here with race 4, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies B division. We got a couple changes in here. The 2 chin chain to birch bit, adding a choke plate. That is the equipment change here on the 2 Highly Toxic, and the 4 Baker's Dozen, removing the hood with cup. So keep that in mind, and as you're playing your wagers here in this 4th race. Baker's Dozen, Michael Clary of Montague is the owner, breeder, and John Clary is the trainer. Paul Langell in the seat, coming in off a good second, Ken.
Well, a beaten favorite, so took some money last out and did step up with a pretty strong finish, finished second. Despite some road trouble, we see the eye there for interference. She draws better and continues her progress here with a decent post at 2-1.
Yeah, she was taken right to the back, and she had to stage a late rally, and she did race well to get up for the dues. We move into number 1, Starship Sundancer. This one raced good in her debut, getting the win in 2 minutes for Harold Shepard. Closing quarter, 29-3. Mark Campbell picks up the mount this time out, and they got the pole.
Yeah, taking all the action here. The tote board speaking loud and clear at 2-5. Jogged in her career debut, I'll give her that. And then faltered in her next 2, made an early break there, 2 back. 6th by 13.5 last out. Did get timed in 1:59 and 1. Gets back on the rail for a hot barn here. Earl Watson, Mark Campbell, 2-5.
Lila Berry with post 6, 2-year-old daughter by Arthur Blue Chip. Little Pond Stables of Little Pond is the owner. Mike McGuigan training and driving. Mike's hot right now, coming in off a win, and so they got post 6 tonight. We'll see how they do.
This filly's been very, very productive since romping in her career debut in 1:59. Chased a 1:54 runaway here last Friday, a horse called Fitness First. We'll definitely find these a bit easier here, and is currently 7-1. So we played 4-1-6. Good luck.
Okay, another B division. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Starship Sundancer, Highly Toxic, Stormy's Hush Money, Baker's Dozen, Nevaeh Divine, Lila Berry, Mrs. Gallant, second division of the 2-year-old filly Pacers, Atlantic Sire, top of the stretch. Oh, the heavy favorite may be in big-time trouble here. Starship Sundancer was off stride and way back here at the start. And also way back, Nevaeh Divine. There they go. They got their green light going here. And up the rail, Highly Toxic. The first one out. Second, that is Stormy's Hush Money. And on the outside for third, Baker's Dozen. To get away fourth. Along the inside is Lila Berry. Racing from fifth, Mrs. Gallant. Off stride went Nevaeh Divine. And the trailer, Starship Sundancer. Along the backstretch, Highly Toxic out in front, the long shot leader. It's going to be short-lived. Here's Baker's Dozen and Paul Langell moving on to the lead. Highly Toxic goes second. Stormy's Hush Money now racing from third. Racing from fourth. Along the inside is Lila Berry. They went 29 and 4 to the opening quarter mile. Off the turn they come, and through the stretch, approaching the opening half mile, led by Baker's Dozen. Racing from second at the rail, that's the long shot, Highly Toxic. Stormy's Hush Money races from third. In fourth is Lila Berry, then racing from fifth. Along the inside, Mrs. Gallant. Then it's Nevaeh Divine, and trailing the field, Starship Sundancer. 59 and 2 was the opening half mile, and getting away on them now. Baker's Dozen opens up. Clear by 5. Highly Toxic is second. Stormy's Hush Money third. Lila Berry's on the move in the outside fourth. Racing from fifth, that's Mrs. Gallant. Starship Sundancer has 6. Now Nevaeh Divine, the trailer, 3/4 in the books. Baker's Dozen was there in 90 seconds flat. The lead down to 3. Lila Berry is second. Third is Highly Toxic. Stormy's Hush Money fourth, and they're homeward bound now. Baker's Dozen all alone. Lila Berry is second. Way wide, Starship Sundancer. Baker's Dozen for Paul Langell in the Sire Stakes. Second is Lila Berry, tight on the line for third with a show photo. 1:59.2.
Okay, second B division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies here in race 4. We're going to take a look at the Universum Media Slow-Mo and the 4 Baker's Dozen avoiding traffic this time.
Yeah, well, the story of the race, too, is the one Starship Sundancer making that break and was far back at the start as the heavy favorite on the board at 260. So Baker's Dozen brushes and crushes here for Paul Langell, daughter of Beth the Moon. For trainer John Clary's got a strong number, 495 coming in. Baker's Dozen breaks her maiden in style, 159 and 2 over Lila Berry at 5-1, finishing second. And there was a show photo for Baker's Dozen in this division of Atlantic Sire Stakes for Paul Langell. They will land in the crowned rust-proofing winner's circle next.
Into the fourth race, winner circled is number 4, Baker's Dozen, bay pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Bet the Moon, off the Village Jasper Dam, Jasper Avenue, a homebred of Michael Clary of Montecue. Trained by John Clary, Paul Langell is in the driver's seat, will guide this filly to a maiden record tonight of 159 and 2. Baker's Dozen in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
Test 1 2, checking 1 2.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results now from the fourth race. Starship Sundancer 4th, Highly Toxic 6th, Stormy's Hush Money 3rd, Baker's Dozen the race winner, Nevaeh Divine finished 7th, Lila Berry was 2nd, Mrs. Gallant finished 5th. They went 29 and 4, 59 and 2, 130 and the mile in a 159 and 2. In review, it's 4-6-3. 1725. Baker's Dozen paid $670. The Exactor $21.60. The Triactor $132.30. And the Super Factor was $34.72.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the arrival of the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors. They'll make their way down the home stretch here, and then they'll be officially introduced by the Race Day broadcast team. And once they take their positions in this historic Judges Tower, they will walk up and they will select an envelope which will have a horse that they will represent. In this case, we'll have two ambassadors that will represent one horse, and that all-important post-position draw.
Okay, David McKenzie, General Manager of Red Shores, and Lee Drake, Manager of Racing, Marketing, and Sales, are trackside to welcome the ambassadors and escort them to the official judges stand for tonight's draw. Welcome to Kelly Feehan, Gold Cup Ambassador Coordinator.
And ladies and gentlemen, here is Zoe Cormier. Zoe is the daughter of Kelly and Sam Cormier of Riverview, New Brunswick. She is the granddaughter of George Sticks Frizzle and has grown up in the harness racing community, including owning horses with the Oak Stable. Zoe has recently graduated from the NBCC in the Administrative Professional Program. Zoe will be representing the Canadian National Institute for the Blind as her charity, and Zoe is excited and honored to be a 2025 Gold Cup Ambassador.
Haley Leclerc. Haley is the daughter of Amy and Mark Leclerc of Sherwood PEI. Haley is currently working for 4Kids Dentistry as a registered dental assistant. Haley grew up around the harness racing as her great-grandfather is Robert Conley, and Robert is honored with a memorial race during Old Home Week. So it's very special to Haley to be a Gold Cup ambassador this year. Haley played sports from a very young age and is thrilled to be representing kids sport PEI as her charity.
Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Mary Jane Power. Mary Jane is the daughter of Greg and BJ Power of Waterside. She is entering her 4th year in the Bachelor of Science in Applied Forensic Psychology at St. FX University and plans to pursue a career in nursing. She will be representing Hospice PEI as her charity. Mary Jane is excited and honored to have been chosen to represent harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassador.
Say hello to Emily Thistle. Emily is the daughter of Margot and Jason Thistle of Green Bay PEI. She is currently in her 4th and final year of the nursing program at UPEI with the goal of specializing in pediatrics. Emily will be representing Camp Triumph as her charity, and she is excited and honored to uphold the tradition of harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup ambassador.
Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Sophie Freeman. She is the daughter of Susan and Mitch Freeman of Charlottetown, and she is currently working at Fisherman's Wharf Lobster Suppers in Rustico and her sports center physiotherapy. While heading into her 4th year at Mount Allison University, Sophie will be representing Sports PEI with an emphasis on the women and girls in sports aspect. Sophie is thrilled and honored to be a Gold Cup ambassador this year, following in the footsteps of her former babysitters, Drew Smith, DL, and Lauren DL.
Say hello to Bridget Judson. Bridget is the daughter of Dr. William and Tara Judson of Alexandra PEI. She is entering her 3rd year of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at UPEI, and Bridget is honored to represent the PEI Cancer Treatment Center as her chosen charity. As a Gold Cup and Saucer ambassador, Bridget is excited for the 2025 harness racing season.
Let's say hello to Abigail Sherry. Abigail, the daughter of Chad and Robin McCormack of Montague. She is currently working and exploring new opportunities as she shapes her future path. Abigail is proud to represent the Alzheimer's Society of PEI as her chosen charity, a cause that holds deep personal meaning to her and her family. She is honored to represent the sport of harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup ambassador and looks forward to raising awareness and giving back to her community through this meaningful role.
Say hello to Mia Josie. Mia is the daughter of Rob Josie of Charlottetown and Melissa Josie of Stratford PEI. She currently works as a tour guide and server at Peaks Wharf Boat Tours and an ice cream roller at Truck and Roll Ice Cream. Mia also spends her spare time volunteer coaching the U15 PEI lacrosse team. Mia will be representing the Wild Rose Sanctuary as her charity. Mia is very honored and excited to be representing harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer ambassador.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present Nicole Watts. Nicole is the daughter of Kelly and David Watts of Hampshire, Prince Edward Island, and harness racing has been a part of her life for as long as she can remember. From learning about the sport through her family's Windermere farm to attending her Poppy's memorial race in honor of his love and dedication to Old Home Week, Nicole is representing both the Watts and Wilkie sides of her family. She is currently entering her third year at UPEI, studying a Bachelor of Science, majoring in psychology. Nicole will be representing the PEI Humane Society as her charity, and Nicole is thrilled to be representing harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup ambassador.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the ambassadors are in their official order, and they will now conduct the official draw, and they're doing that with our race secretary, Gerard Smith from Red Shores, and Mr. Kent Butler, the senior judge with the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. They will oversee the draw here tonight. Also, David McKenzie, general manager of Red Shores, April Myers, assistant manager of Red Shores Racing and Broadcast, and Mr. Warren Ellis joining us here tonight. We'll have more on that $10,000 Smash the Track record promotion in just a minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now the official draw of the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Zoe Cormier, and I will be representing Virgo, leaving from post position number 6.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Haley Leclerc, and I'll be proud to represent Arbitrage Hanover, leaving from post position 1.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Mary Jane Power, and I'm proud to represent its Major A, leaving from post position 4.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Emily Thistle.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Sophie Freeman.
And we are proud to be representing B2B,
leaving from post position 5.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Bridget Judson, and I'm proud to represent Fortify, leaving from post position 2.
Hi, my name is Abigail Sherry, and I am proud to be representing Legion Sealster from post position 7.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Mia Josie, and I'm proud to be representing Mickey Shannon, leaving from post position 3.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Nicole Watts, and I'm proud to be representing Poseidon Sealster, leaving from post position 8.
You guys have your photos? You take the 10,001. You take the 5,001. That's for the winner. 10,000 for the promotion, 5,000 to the winner. I'll explain it all.
Up front. Good one. Thanks, Lee.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get out here on the racetrack. And we have Warren Ellis from Warren Ellis and Family, Summerside Chrysler Dodge, and David McKenzie, the general manager of Red Shores, surrounded by the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors who just made the official draw for the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. Mr. Ellis and his family with Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Warren has been a great corporate sponsor and once again is donating the $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion for the final. So if the winning horse smashes the track record, the owner gets $5,000 and the rest of the field also will receive the remaining amount of money from that $10,000 promotion. So a big promotion here. We want to thank Warren Ellis and Family with Summerside Chrysler Dodge, their official photo. A big round of applause for them as we put the finishing touches and the stage is set for the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer.
The fifth race is the Polton Family Memorial Pace. J.J. Kinley won on Badella J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Paul McKenzie drives. Diamond Girl 2 is owned and trained by Amber Campbell of Charlottetown. Kenny Murphy up. Run for the Money 3, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Brady Sweet trains and drives. Mockbook Pro 4, owned by Paul Conway of Bonshaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul trains, Zach will drive. 5, Windermere I'm All Right is scratch. Here's the 6, J.J. Scarlett, owned by Anthony Beaton and Beverly McKinnon of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Anthony does the training, Mark Campbell drives. Number 7, Pam, owned and trained by Vaughn Doyle of Charlottetown. Ryan DeRajab. Number 8 is Heather's Pet, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Corey McPherson. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 5. 2 minutes to post time. And Ken and Kurt and myself coming up with our selections in race number 5, the Super High 5. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to a 6-1 in the morning line shot, gentlemen. That's J.J. Scarlett. Gets Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. And that's playing a hunch, but right now the hunch has caught on to the punters. He's at 9-5 on the board. I like the 2, Diamond Girl. She's dropping down in class. She's been consistent, and tonight she'll get to the podium. 3, Run for the Money. I like her to be third. I'll go far outside to Heather's Pet fourth and close it out with the 4, Mockbook Pro. 6, 2, 3, 8, 4 from the booth. Gentlemen, your choices.
Sounds good, Vance. 3, Run for the Money. A fringe player at the 701 level has a chance to rebound off a rare late miscue. Draws post 3 again. A wide-open high-five affair here. This is a wide-open field. 2, Diamond Girl added Lasix in her last 2 to no avail, trying to rev up in her 5th start of the season, facing an easier bunch here. And the 6, J.J. Scarlett, a 9-5. Mark Campbell. This one perked up with speed last out against easier at Inverness and ships into deeper waters here. So it's a 3-2-6, and I'll tack on the 8 and 7.
And I'm going with the 2, Diamond Girl, 5-2 morning line, and I'm putting her on top. She's just been racing great, 57-2 last time out from post 4, racing that tough winners of 3, not more than 5 races. Life, that's one of our toughest classes here at Red Shores, with a lot of talented colts and fillies going through that class. And so Diamond Girl moving in here to the 401 level with post 2. I think her and Murphy will be tough to beat from post 2. I like the 3 as well, Run for the Money. Hopefully atoning for that break last time out. Good fourth by a length prior to that, so Run for the Money getting the deuce on my ticket. The 4, Mockbook Pro for third. Then I'm going to go to the outside, Pam and Heather's Pet, to close out my Super High 5. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 for me. Ken Workington, he likes a 3, 2, 6, 8, 7. And Vance, you've heard his selections. He likes a 6, 2, 3, 8, 4. Good luck with your selections here in race 5, the Polton Family Memorial. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for tonight's 5th race. It's super high 5 time, and it is the Polton Family Memorial. Now up to Vance Cameron for the call.
J.J. Kinley, Diamond Girl, Run for the Money. Mockbrook Pro, J.J. Scarlet, Pam. Heather's Pet, it's the 5th, top of the stretch. Here they come. J.J. Kinley's the one way back at the start here. There they go. Up and pacing Diamond Girl will lead them out. Second Run for the Money. Heather's Pet coming from the outside for third. Then the fourth one around the turn. Then on the inside is Mockbrook Pro. J.J. Scarlet's away fifth. Then Pam at the back. J.J. Kinley trails. On the backstretch, there's the inquiry sign. Race number 5 under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets in here. Heather's Pet made the lead for McPherson. It's going to be short-lived. Diamond Girl and Kenny Murphy coming back to the point off an opening quarter mile. Rounding that top turn they go. On the lead, it's Diamond Girl, and that was 28 and 1 to open this one up. Second is Heather's Pet, Run for the Money third, then racing fourth. Mockbrook Pro. Fifth up the rail is J.J. Scarlet. Pam is sixth. In the backfield, J.J. Kinley the trailer. They're halfway home. Diamond Girl, the midway point leader. Second is Heather's Pet. There goes J.J. Scarlet from the outside for third. Run for the Money fourth. 57 and 2 was the half. Racing fifth is Mockbrook Pro. Pam has got the field in sixth. And the trailer, that is J.J. Kinley. To the backstretch they go in 3/4, led by Diamond Girl. Second is Heather's Pet, hanging on the outside. Third is J.J. Scarlet. On the cones, fourth, Run for the Money. She needs some room here. Fifth is Mockbrook Pro. On the outside, Pam is sixth. And the trailer, J.J. Kinley, 1:27 and 3, the 3/4 time, with an 8 left to go. Diamond Girl turning for home. Heather's Pet second. Run for the Money. Clear sailing on the outside third. Deep stretch now and Run for the Money gets up late to win for Brady Sweet. Diamond Girl was second. Third will go to Heather's Pet in 1:57. Flat. Judge's inquiry involves the start on number 1, J.J. Kinley. Retain your tickets.
Yeah, hold on to all tickets here. We are under a judge's inquiry, as Vance mentioned there. J.J. Kinley there, the one making that break early before the start. But we'll take a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 5. The 2, my top play, got to the front. I thought it was lights out, party's over, but no, Brady Sweet arrives late.
Yeah, Ken Murphy did no wrong here. 28-1, 57-2 on the retake, 127 and 3. But Brady Sweet sitting in the 3-hole, pops out at 9-5 and goes right by the 5-year-old out of Sports Writer. For Brady Sweet, the trainer and driver, Run for the Money scores her 3rd win of the season in 157. That is a season's best and a, well, looks like a lifetime best for Run for the Money. It is Diamond Girl 2nd and the 8, Heather's Pet 3rd. We did not have the hi-fi. We just had the exacta here. Run for the Money, Brady Sweet up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a complete refund of all monies wagered on number 1, J.J. Kinley, failing to make the fair start poll when the word go was given. Complete refund of number 1, J.J. Kinley. Always nice to see first-time winners into that Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Run for the money will take them there. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Sports Rider from the Bettor's Delight Dam, Pia Hanover. Owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton. Bred by Scott Green from Kennecook, Nova Scotia. Brady Sweet, training and driving, guiding the mare to her 10th lifetime victory and a new pacing record tonight of 157. Run for the money in the Polton Family Memorial with the cooler presentation with friends and family joining us here on Tuesday night of Old Home Week. Run for the money in Brady Sweet, 157.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 5, J.J. Kinley finished 7th and was refunded. Diamond Girl 2nd, Run for the Money the race winner. Markbrook Pro 4th, Windermere I'm All Right was scratched. J.J. Scarlett finished 6th. Pam finished 5th and had broken equipment. Heather's Pet was 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile in 157. In review, it's 7 refunded, 2 won, 4 scratched, 6, 5 3. Run for the Money paid $5.40. The Exactor $13.50, Triactor $90.60, and the Super High 5 at $89.62.
The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion is back for 2025 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. If the winning horse in the 66th edition of the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer smashes the track record of 150-1, the ownership of the horse will receive a check for $5,000 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The remaining horses in the field will receive an additional $715 each. The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion in the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
Third division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the sixth race parade. It's an A division for $15,540. Mysterious Ways, number 1. Owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown. Trained by Stephen Quinn. Driven by Jason Hughes. A Little Zesty, number 2. Owned by Nick Way Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Going for Blood 3 is owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer-driver. Fallon, number 4, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall. Trained and driven by Adam Murder. 5 is Woodmere Summer, owned by Dance Without Abs of Fredericton. Trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langell drives. 2 minutes, 2 post time. Kurt and Ken have a look at the field for Gold Cup and Saucer 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
That's an intriguing draw, Ken. In the field for the Gold Cup and Saucer, it was drawn. The Ambassadors, they picked their horses there after the 4th race, and there's a look. Arbitrage Hanover has the rail 4 to 5 from post 2. The 2 elimination winners, Mickey Shan and It's Major drew well. They got 3 and 4, and you got the next 4.
Yeah, well, Mickey Shan, It's Major shapes up as a clash of the titans, if you will. The 2 elimination or trial winners drawing. We spoke about this off the top tonight. Ideal draw would be 2, 3, and 4. Well, there you go. Mickey Shan, It's Major. They're in the driver's seat here. Now, the other story is the 2 runners-up. Virgo, Post 6, Poseidon Sealster, I liked his effort. Of course, in that track record equaling mile, he's got post 8. So they're going to have to leave out of there. So it's going to be mayhem. And Mickey Shan, it's major. We still haven't got a driver for it's major yet, as far as I know.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard a driver for him, but Mickey Shan, Corey McPherson did a great job with him, setting it up second over. He sat off that hot early pace. Poseidon Sealster got roughed up in that race, and so he's got a great post from post 3, but you're right, Poseidon Sealster from outside post 8, he's got to use that quick early speed that he has to leave out and try and get spotted up close to the lead, because that's where he likes it.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning on a ice-cold 4-3.
4-3, yeah, I think you're right. James was pretty confident in the winner's circle after. He said there was lots left in the tank.
But how good is Mickey Shan?
Yeah, Mickey Shan's good too. He had a hot early half to chase and was able to swoop up for the win. But James' comments post-race with It's Major really sold it for me after him getting post 4. I think you're right. I think he will be the one to be going into it. But you never know what happens in a horse race. And all takes place this Saturday, Gold Cup and Saucers 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Okay, out to the track we go for race 6. Atlantic Sire 6, 2-year-old fillies, A division. We got the 3 on the screen right now. This is your top play in here. Going for Blood, coming in off a big win at Woodstock in the New Brunswick Breeders.
Yeah, it took a few starts to find her best stride for Kenny Arsenal. Now she comes off 2 straight blowout victories as the heavy favorite, including a 159 and 2 tally here. So if we want to be defiant here and try to beat that Fallon at 2-5, it's 7-2, a good price on Going for Blood.
Good-looking daughter of Blood Money, Going for Blood at a post 3. Right next door is Fallon. Adam Murner trains and drives. I raced against Fallon in Summerside, my filly. Fallon was large on that night. She had post 4, same post as she has tonight. She was a front-end winner, an easy winner, and an easy winner from the outside again last time out.
Yeah, she was real eager to please. On top by 9 and then scoring by 12. Took no prisoners. Last 2 jogolas at Summerside, including that 158 clocking there. Simply no telling how good she is.
Okay, and right next door to the right, Woodmere Summer from post 5, 2-year-old filly by Bet the Moon. Paul Langell driving for Kyle Williams. Dads Without Abs of Fredericton PEI is the owner, and this one is coming off a confidence booster here in a maiden.
Yeah, it looks like a troubled start there. Had an interference marcation, and before finishing a second to Going for Blood back on July 31st. That last start, she's got license to show more here. She is 16-1. We'll use her underneath 3, 4, 5.
And we talked about Going for Blood, 2-year-old filly by Blood Money. Another good filly in here, leaving on the rail, Mysterious Ways, 2-year-old daughter by Blood Money. She's making a little equipment change, taking off the ear hood, adding earplugs. The Blue Knight Hughes has the pole position, and she does have good early speed. So watch out for Mysterious Ways. I think could be a great value play in here. Currently 6-1. Race 6, they are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate is Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division, and we'll go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Mysterious Ways, a little zesty. Going for blood, Fallon, Woodmere Summer. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Summer from the outside, right to the lead. Up the rail, Mysterious Ways second. Going for blood, the third one to round the turn to get away fourth. A little zesty. Fallon will trail early. They'll arrive at the eighth. Woodmere Summer has early company coming to call. Going for blood in Kenny Arsenault. Going on to take over the lead as they approach the quarter pole. Woodmere Summer gives way for a 2-hole ride in mid-pack third. That's Mysterious Ways. Fourth at the rail, a little zesty. And the trailer, that is Fallon on past the quarter. And they were there in 28 and 2 at the 3/8 pole. Going for blood, the leader. Their second is Woodmere Summer. Back into third is Mysterious Ways. Fourth is a little zesty. Fallon is the trailer, and she's going to have some work to do. And she's underway from the backfield. They're halfway home. Going for blood is the leader. Fallon rushes up now on the outside to challenge. Third at the rail, Woodmere Summer. Then fourth, Mysterious Ways. Now the trailer, a little zesty. 58 and 3 was the half. They're at the 5/8 pole. Going for blood at the rail. Fallon on the outside. Got her head in front. Racing from third is Woodmere Summer. Mysterious Ways fourth. And the trailer, that is a little zesty. Fallon has the lead on the outside. Going for blood has the cones coming back on around the turn. Third in the pocket, Woodmere Summer. The 3/4 in 1:28 flat. Going for blood. Retakes at the rail. Turning for home. Fallon on the outside. In the passing lane. Woodmere Summer coming on. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Going for blood. Arsenault was serious here in the Sire Stakes. Second, Woodmere Summer. Mysterious Ways rallied up third in 1:58.3.
Great finish here in this Atlantic Sire Stake A division for 2-year-old fillies. Universum Media slow-mo coming at you, and we had a real duel in the back half between the 3 and 4 in here.
Yeah, it was a great tussle here, going for blood on the engine, fighting off Fallon, who had to come first up a long way before the half after that slow start. Going for blood was able to rate early, 28-2, 58-3, and then they hook up on the engine here and battle past 3/4 in 1:28. Going for blood dispenses of Fallon, but here comes Woodmere Summer at 23-1 on the inside. Not tonight. We're going for blood at 3-1 with Kenny Arsenault in Atlantic Sire Stakes A division. New mark 158-3, and going for blood will be in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Going for Blood to the sixth race winner's circle. Bay-pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Blood Money, is off the roll with Joe Dam. Rolling, Going, Gone. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown. Bred by the Charlotte Ranch of New Brunswick. She's trained and driven to victory by Kenny Arsenal. The filly gets her third win in a row. Tonight, it's a new record, 158-3. Going for Blood in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 stake season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in race 6, Mysterious Ways third, A Little Zesty fourth, Going for Blood the race winner. Fallon finished fifth. Woodmere Summer was second. 28-2, 58-3, 128, and the mile in 158-3. In review, 3-4-1-5-2. Going for Blood paid $8.90. The exactor $114.20. The triactor $147.20. And the superfecta was $59.94. Have a gentleman out there celebrating a birthday. Oh, and it's a very special birthday for Old Home Week 2025. Robert Forward joins us from the Rock, Newfoundland. And Robert is celebrating number 80 on this Tuesday night here at Old Home Week. So to Robert Forward, Happy birthday from all your friends and family, and especially us here at Red Shores.
The province of Prince Edward Island would like to show appreciation for those individuals who work tirelessly throughout the year in support of the island's vibrant harness racing industry. In recognition of your efforts, you are invited to join Premier Rob Lance at an appreciation breakfast on Thursday, August 14th from 9 to 11 a.m. at O'Brien's on the first floor of Red Shores, Charlottetown. Okay, we'll take a look at the selections for the upcoming 7th race. We're about 4 away from post time. PEI Energy Systems pace. And there's a look at our picks. Ken Wark, can you like a 3-1-4 in here?
Yeah, scratched into it like the Big Bad Bruiser, but he is out. Ashes to ashes, funk to funky. We know Major. Never mind. That's a Dave Bowie song. Jill's Burial, Ron Matheson. You can't go wrong here. 3-5. 3-1-4 is the call here.
Yeah, I like a 3-4-1, but I'm with you. I did like the 2 as well. Big Bad Bruiser there, but unfortunately he's scratched, so we're scratched down to a field of 4. Post-time picks. Peter McPhee likes the 3-1, and Classifier's Choice also likes the 3-4 in this 7th race.
Seventh race under the sponsorship of PEI Energy Systems, number 1 West Coast Kid. Owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Profit. Trained by Philip Kelly, Corey McPherson drives. 2 Big Bad Bruiser is scratched. Number 3 Ashes to Ashes. The owners are Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. 4 Coast to Coast Shark. Owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace, Brady Sweet drives. Number 5, Western Delight, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRage. 2 minutes to post time. Back down to Ken and Kurt at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
And here we go. And in the opener was Paul McKenzie, as Kurt pointed out, over 9,397 victories. Capuano forced 3 wide around some tiring cover from second over and rallies to his first lifetime win, 158-1 for trainer Vaughn Doyle over McLovin and Cattle Call. Capuano in the opener at even money.
And then over in race 2 was Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies B division. You're going to see on the outside here the 4 Magnificent Rose and Kenny Murphy. They're going to land on the scene late and get up for the win in 158-1. Pretty nice effort off a half of 58-1, and that is a new speed badge for this 2-year-old daughter by Tobago Cays. And that 4-1-3 try paid $62.10.
In the third, Nova Scotia Strong from the rail right to the top and going all the way, able to dictate 28-2, 57-1, 127, and opened up with a 28-1 final quarter. A new mark, a 155-3. 3 in a row, Nova Scotia Strong over with Michael McGuigan, the trainer and driver, over Proud of Ya Today and Watchmaker.
Nice try in that third race, too. 191 Triactor. Race 4 was Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies B division, and Baker's Dozen dominated in the 4th race, picking up the win in 1:59 and 2. It was a maiden breaking score for the 2-year-old daughter by Bet the Moon. Paul Langell in the seat for trainer John Clary. In there for second was Lila Berry in the 3. Stormy's Hush Money in there for third for David Dowling. 4-6-3 Tribe paid $132.30.
In race 5, the 2 Diamond Girl, a 2-1 retook command and dictated the fractions 28-1, 57-2, 127-3. Out of the 3-hole pops Run for the Money, and Brady Sweet with a patient drive here pays off at 9-5, 157, a new lifetime mark for the 5-year-old sports rider mare over Diamond Girl. We gave you the Exactor, 1350. Heather's Pet rounds out the top 3 in race 5.
And Kenya had another winner in race 6, Going for Blood, and the veteran Kenny Arsenault, training and driving 2-year-old daughter by Blood Money. She's reeled off 2 in a row coming into tonight. And tonight, Kenny put her on the front end through fractions 58 and 3, 3/4 128, and they stopped the clock 158 and 1 as she fends off that late challenge from Woodmere Summer up the rail there for Langell, who grabs the deuce. Mysterious Ways up there for the show, though. 3-5-1 try, 147.20. And that is a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Red Shores and our race day broadcast team would like to pass along our thoughts and prayers to family and friends of the late Alex McDonald, his mother Jen, Philip Pogie Kelly, Johnny McKenzie, everyone involved with West Coast Kid. We're thinking of you all tonight. Four to 1 on the 1 West Coast Kid, 4-5 on the 3 Ashes to Ashes, 3-2 on the 4 Coast to Coast Shark, 4-1 on the 5 Western Delight, scratched down to a field of 4 in the PEI Energy Systems pace, and those starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
A foursome in the 7th. West Coast Kid, Ashes to Ashes, Coast to Coast Shark, Western Delight, top of the stretch. 7th race, ready for a start. Often pacing Coast to Coast Shark with the first call. Ashes to Ashes between horses at the rail. West Coast Kid stacking them up 3 wide here going to the 8th. To get away 4th, that is Western Delight. They're quarter pole bound, and Ashes to Ashes and Burial take over the lead. West Coast Kid left hard and got rewarded with the 2-hole ride, dropping in 3rd. That's Coast to Coast Shark, and trailing the field 4th. There's a Western Delight by the opening quarter, 28 seconds flat. Ashes to Ashes, the leader at 3/8. West Coast Kid tracks along in the 2-hole. Coast to Coast Shark, he comes out of the turn 3rd, trailing 4th. That is Western Delight, a solid pace arriving at the opening half mile. Ashes to Ashes, halfway home. 2nd West Coast Kid, Coast to Coast Shark 3rd. There goes Western Delight to the outside from 4th, 56 and 4 for a half a mile. Down to 3/8 to go, and Ashes to Ashes leads. They're going to 3/4 next. West Coast Kid is second. Western Delight is picked up third on the outside. Now the trailer, that is Coast to Coast Shark. They're over to 3/4. All 4 still in it, and it's getting late. On the lead, Ashes to Ashes. Western Delight now matching strides. Racing third is West Coast Kid. Coast to Coast Shark fourth. 1:26 and 2 3/4. They're homeward bound. What a show the 4 of them put on here on this Tuesday night. Western Delight, West Coast Kid on the inside. Western Delight will get there for Ryan DeRoche. West Coast Kid second. Third, that'll go to Coast Shark. 1:55.3.
Well, for a field of 4, they did some racing in here, Ken. PEI Energy Systems pace. We're getting a look at the Universum Media slow-mo stretch drive, and what a stretch drive was. Barry will put up the early numbers, but DeRoche and McPherson, they're going to duke it out in the lane.
Yeah, Ashes to Ashes dictates his terms here at 28.56.4, 1:26 and 2 up the rail after a 2-hole ride. West Coast Kid, and it's Western Delight, the 13-year-old, with a powerhouse first over. Uncovered bid here with Ryan DeRoche for trainer Luke Burke. Win number 5 on the season, 1:55 and 3. Game effort from Western Delight over West Coast Kid. Coast to Coast Shark. Great race here in race 7. It'll be Western Delight and Ryan DeRoche next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle.
Trainer Luke Burke has done a tremendous job with this veteran horse since joining the Burke stable. Western Delight going to the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 13-year-old son of Bender's Delight, is from the Artiscape Dam Dreamy Lover, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, bred by S.G. and J.K. Blair of New Zealand. Ryan DeRoche will guide him to victory in 1:55 and 3. Western Delight in the 7th, down in the winner's circle, the PEI Energy Systems cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 7, West Coast Kid was second. Big Bad Bruiser scratched. Ashes to Ashes fourth. Coast to Coast Shark finished third. Western Delight the race winner. 28.56 and 4. 1:26 and 2. And the mile in 1:55 and 3. From the top, your program reads 2 scratch 4, 3-1. Western Delight paid $5.40. The exactor $15, triactor $36.90, and the superfecta $3.35.
Last call for 50-50. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather. Draws coming up in the 9th race. Pot is sitting at $2,200 to the winner. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada. For nearly 3 decades, RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam. Race 8 coming up next, 5 away from post time. Ken Workington going with a 2-6-1 in here. I'm going 6-3-4. Post time picks likes a 1-2-6. And the classifier's choice is 2-1-6 in the upcoming 8th race.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sires Stakes on the 8th race parade. Hamac Dixie won, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, Vic Buddy, and Heather Sheen. Trained by Brendan Mullen, Jason Hughes driving. Could Have Been a Lady, number 2, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams. Paul Angel trains and drives. Back River Jade 3 is home with the Back River Stable of Gulls, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Electra Flying 4, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey, trained by Daryl McLean, driven by James McDonald. You Bet 'em Easy, number 5, owned by Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy drives. Number 6, Tobin's Cover Girl, owned by Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner, the trainer-driver. 7 is Covered in Purple, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax and Rudge Racing of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow is the trainer-driver. 2 minutes to post time. Kurt and Ken return in just a moment. First, a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. you have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
And that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Okay, another B division on track here for race 8, Atlantic Sire 6, 2-year-old fillies. Ken's leading towards the 2 in here. Could have been a lady, 2-year-old filly by Malicious out of the Paul Langell stable. He's the trainer and driver. Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McCrae, and Karen Williams, they all share ownership. And that qualifier on August 1st, pretty impressive. Getting away third and ended up fourth at the top of the stretch, closed to be third by 2.5, kicked home in 28-2 for a mile of 2:02.2, and so she draws in a good spot here from post 2. Langell, we'll see how they do for post 2, but definitely this one has a really good shot at picking up the win at 2-1. Okay, I really like this one as well. Tobin's Cover Girl from post 6, 2-year-old daughter by Bet the Moon. Adam Murner trains in, drives. Max Seal and Corey Livingston, they share ownership. And that was a pretty good qualifier on August 1st, 2:02, a winner, 29 flat closing quarter. How about the first trip in the maiden there? Finishing fourth, beating 2.5, race timed in 59 flat, closing quarter, 29-1. She's a sharp-looking black filly on the track. Myrna's horses always look good, and this filly also looking sharp here tonight from post 6 at 4-1. Brendan Mullen trains. Jason Hughes drives. Howmack Dixie from the rail. 2-year-old daughter by Source of Pride. Brendan shares ownership with Cole McLaren, Vic Putty, and Heather Sheen. Finished fourth, 59-1 in a maiden last time out from post 5. Finished fourth the week before that, and 59-4 for Hughes. Kicked home in 29 flat, and so with the pole position, I have to think she's going to be really good tonight. Maybe Hughes will be aggressive. She shows being on the front end in a qualifier, and so those braking issues look like they're well in her rear view mirror, and so from the rail you may want to think about throwing the 1 Howmack Dixie in your exactor and triactor plays at 4-1. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies B division lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Up to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Fourth division of the Sire Stakes. Hamac Dixie, Could Have Been a Lady. Back River Jade, Electrifying. You Bet 'Em Easy. Tobin's Cover Girl, and Covered in Purple. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Electrifying is the first one out. At the rail, that's Hamac Dixie. In between the horses, Back River Jade. Then they're outside around the turn. Tobin's Cover Girl. Towards the rail in fifth, Could Have Been a Lady. Away in sixth, that's Covered in Purple. And the early trailer, You Bet 'Em Easy. On the backstretch and going to the quarter, Electrifying for James McDonald. On the engine, Adam on the outside. Here's Hamac Dixie coming early for the Blue Knight Use, and they're going on to take over the lead. Hamac Dixie clears. Electrifying is second, well off the leader's third. That's Back River Jade. Racing from fourth, Tobin's Cover Girl. Could Have Been a Lady has fifth. Then sixth is Covered in Purple. Trailing the field, You Bet 'Em Easy. 29 and 4 opened it up. They're arriving at the half mile next. Hamac Dixie halfway home. Electrifying muscles up in the 2-hole. Well back in third. Back River Jade fourth. That's Tobin's Cover Girl. Fifth one into the turn, Could Have Been a Lady. Then racing from six. Along the inside, You Bet 'Em Easy. On the outside, Covered in Purple, seventh. 58-3 was the half. The 3/4 coming next. Hamac Dixie will get them there. Electrifying right on her back, second. Still that large gap to third. Back River Jade is there. On the outside, Tobin's Cover Girl is fourth. 3/4 up in one. 28 and 3. Down to an eighth to go. Hamac Dixie at the rail. Electrifying right alongside. Back River Jade third. Tobin's Cover Girl fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire. Electrifying pacing away for James McDonald in the Sire Stakes. Second, that'll go to Hamac Dixie. Could Have Been a Lady rallied inside third. The mile in 1:58.2.
Okay, these two fillies were out in front having their way. The one, Hamac Dixie, I had a hunch she may be leaving off the rail here today. In 29 and 4, she get up to the quarter, leading the way. Electrifying and James McDonald, the dreamy 2-hole trip, sitting right on Hamac Dixie's back, following through those fractions of 58 and 3, 3/4, 128 and 3, coming around the last turn. James says it's go time, flips the switch, and Electrifying just went right on by down the stretch for the win. 158 and 2. She picks up a maiden score here, an impressive mile of 58 and 2. The 2-year-old daughter by Source of Pride gets it done here in Atlantic Sire Stake. 2-year-old filly B division. The one, Hamac Dixie, put up all the fractions. She raced well here for the Deuce for Hughes. And up the inside is Langell and Could Have Been a Lady for the Shodo. 4-1-2 unofficially in race 8 in the 4 Electrifying. We'll be back in the Crown Rust Proofing winner's circle in a moment.
Into the 8th race, winner circle number 4, Electrifying. Bay-pacing filly, 2-year-old daughter of Source of Pride from the Blissful Hall Dam, General Lucky Percy. Owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey, bred by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Darrell McLean, James McDonald in the driver's seat to guide her to a maiden record tonight of 158 and 2. Electrifying in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Hamac Dixie was second. Could have been a lady third. Back River Jade fourth. Electrifying was the race winner. You Bet I'm Easy finished seventh. Tobin's Cover Girl was sixth. Covered in Purple fifth. 29 and 4, 58 and 3, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 2. From the top, your program reads 2, 3, 4, 1, 7, 6, 5. Electrifying returning 440 to win. The exactor $18, the triactor $43.20, superfecta $17.21.
The 2025 Atlanta Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds, starting at 11:30 a.m. You can join us on October 9th from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sales results. Okay, race 9 coming up next. Ken Workington going with a 7-2-6 in the upcoming 9th race. I'm going with a 2-5-3. Post time picks, that's Peter McPhee. He looks at 2-5-3 as well in Classifier's Choice. They're on board with Ken Workington going with the 7 on top. they like the 5 and 2 in there for second and third. We are 5 away from race 9. Horses will be on the track momentarily.
Ninth race is the Angela Roberts Smith Friends and Family Pace. Party Place wears number 1. Owned by Scotty DeCourcy from Fredericton, New Brunswick. Trained by Stephen DeCourcy. Brody McPhee drives. Woodmere Sinatra number 2, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. James Raines 3, Jacob Sweet of O'Leary, the owner, trainer, and the driver. 4, Hands Off, Nose In, owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of O'Leary, driven by Mark Campbell. 5, Geisha's Treasure, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Ryan DeRoche drives. Number 6, Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald, driven by Adam Murner. Number 7 is Friar Voltaire, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the training. The drive goes to Brady Sweet. 2 minutes to ninth race post time. The birthplace of Confederation Series Consolation and Final are on Saturday, August 16th. Thank you to the title sponsor, the City of Charlottetown.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Sophie Freeman. Get ready for the greatest show in harness racing, the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery this Saturday night. Watch and wager from your favorite location through hpibet.com.
Okay, race 9 starters on track. This is 5-year-old and younger, winners of 3, not more than 5 races life. I talk about this class all the time, how tough it is. There's usually some young horses coming up through the ranks, and there's a lot of talent on the track here in this 9th race. I'm going with the 2, Woodmere Sinatra. This one had drawn post 6 last time. It spotted them 10 lengths. at the quarter. Ended up beating 5.5 at the wire. Look at that closer. 27-4 for a mile of 56 flat. She was a winner 4 starts back, 57 at that winners of 1, not more than 2, and then followed it up with a third from off the pace. She was DQ'd to 5th on that day, but take a look at that race time, 55-2 with a 29-3 final panel. So another good post 2 to work with. David Dowling in the seat for trainer Jen Doyle, Jeff Skinner, and Robert Skinner and Daniel Hiltz. They share ownership of this horse, and four-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry. I think Woodmere Sinatra can notch his 5th of his career at 8-5. Geisha's Treasure, another one with a really good shot in here from post 5. Ryan Durage driving forward. Trainer Brendan Mullen, back-to-back 5ths, but pretty nice race times. 55-3 last time out, 56-4, 2 back. And how about the trip 3 back, finishing 3rd and 55 flat. And closing quarters, all in the 28 seconds range. So Geisha's Treasure from post 5 has a real good shot for owner Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross. Good odds on the 5-2, 6-1 on Geisha's Treasure. The 3, James Rains, if you're playing the try. This one's a good option. How about that closer last time out, 27-2 for a mile of 56-1. Was all the way down to the 401 level. Got the job done 3 back at the non-winners of 1001 last 4. So moving back up the class ladder, racing against this tough class in his last 2 starts from post 4. Ended up 7th both times, but he moves in 1 spot. 2 post 3, and off that quick closer last time out, I think he's sharp and ready to grab a piece of this Triactor ticket. 16-1, long shot play for 3rd on my ticket. I like a 2-5-3. Race 9 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Angela Robert Smith Friends and Family Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner, and we'll go upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Party Place, Woodmere Sinatra. James Rains, hands off, nose in. Geisha's Treasure Wizard. Friar Voltaire outside. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, hands off, nose in, firing out. Along the rail, Woodmere Sinatra second, and they're outside. That is Geisha's Treasure around the turn 3rd. Party Place at the rail 4th. Coming up 5th on the outside is Fire Voltaire. Then at the rail, James Rains is 6th. And the trailer, that's Wizard 7th. Halfway up the backstretch for the first time going to the opening quarter. Led by hands off, nose in line to Mark Campbell by almost 2. Second is Woodmere Sinatra. Geisha's Treasure are racing 3rd. 4th is Party Place. Then James Rains 5th. 6th, that's Fire Voltaire trailing the field. As they move off the turn is the Wizard. 28 seconds flat. The front quarter mile. Straight alignment towards the half mile. And up front on the lead. Hands off, nose in by 2. Woodmere Sinatra goes second. 3rd. In at the rail, Geisha's Treasure, the backfield in motion now. Friar Voltaire comes first up on the outside. He'll pick up 4th, following the cover on the outside. 5th is Wizard. Party Place now 6th. James Rains on the outside 7th. 58 and 1 was the half. They're going to 3/4 now. Hands off, nose in. Right alongside the leader now. Friar Voltaire racing third in the pocket. Woodmere Sinatra. Fourth on the outside. Wizard right with them. Then in fifth and moving up. Geisha's Treasure. Party Place 6. James Rain 7th. 1:28 and 3. The 3/4. Good rating by Campbell. Can he get him home from here? Hands off. Nose in brings him home. Up the rail, Woodmere Sinatra. Friar Voltaire set the camera up. Here's Wizard on the outside. Wizard maybe. Hands off, nose in. He came back on. It's picture time in the 9th. 1:57.1.
What a finish here in race 9, as it looked like the 6 Wizard was going to pop off cover for Murner and go right on by in deep stretch, and the 4 battled back on, hands off, nose in, and Campbell put up all the fractions, 28 half, 58 and 1, 3/4 128 and 3. Looked like Campbell and the 4 were getting a little lag weary in the stretch. Wizard pops off cover on the far outside. He's going to time it perfectly here for Murner. I think they're going to hold up. Get up for the win. Yeah, it's posted now. The 6 gets up for the win, but a very hard-fought second-place finish for the 4. Hands off, nose in, and Campbell. And then in the middle, we got Brady Sweet and the 7, Friar Voltaire, who came first up. That was a gutsy third for him right there in the middle. So 6, 4, 7 unofficially here in race 9, and we'll see the 6 Wizard back in the Crown Rust-Proofing winner circle in just a moment.
Here comes Wizard to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Stonebridge Terror off the intrepid Sealster Dam White Sand Whisper. Owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale, trained by Alan McDonald. Adam Murner is in the driver's seat for the win. The mile 1:57.1. Wizard in the 9th. It's the Angela Robert Smith Friends and Family pace. And there's plenty of friends and family joining with the winner's circle cooler presentation. Wizard from Murner, 1:57.1. Now the official results in the 9th. Party Place finished 6th. Woodmere Sinatra 4th. James Rains was 7th. Hands Off Nose In finished 2nd. Geisha's Treasure was 5th. Wizard, the race winner. Friar Voltaire finished 3rd. They went 28, 58 and 1, 128 and 3, and the mile in 1:57 and 1. In review at 6:47. 2513. Wizard paid $17.80 on the nose. The exactor was $50.60. The triactor at $228.30, and the superfecta was valued at $151.41. Ladies and gentlemen, up next to the announcer's booth, it's the Hall of Famer. It is the voice of the Meadowlands Racetrack, and he is here to close out this Tuesday night of Old Home Week, and you're going to enjoy every bit of this Hall of Famer. Ken Walkerton comes next.
HPI PEI players will be entered into a draw for a $500 account rebate by wagering on Red Shore Charlottetown. You can earn a ballot when you wager $25 or more per card during Old Home Week, and of course Gold Cup night. You must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. HPIBet.com, at the track, or at home, where you now earn HPI rewards.
2-year-old fillies on track on the pace here. B Division Atlantic Sire Stakes. Number 1 is Terrorizer This, owned by Jeff Valley, trained by Landon Campbell with Mark Campbell. Always in Full Force. Number 2 is owned by James Whalen Jr. Michael McGuigan trains and drives. 3, I'm a Country Girl. Keith Ford is the trainer and driver, owned by Douglas Lee, David Neal, and Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Number 4, Hail Force Wins, owned by Donna and Courtney McLean, trained by Ashley Gamester with Jason Hughes. The 5 is Blood Magic, owned by Dr. Mitchell Downey. Michael Downey trains and drives. Elm Grove Uncanny, number 6, Joseph Baxter and Aerith Riley, the owners, trained by Joseph Baxter, Kenny Murphy. The 7, Redland Rain, is owned by Windermere Farm. That's Windermere Farms and Clive Balderston. And R&B Stables and Don McLean, trained by Earl Watts with Adam Murner. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, B Division. $6,000 is the purse. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor. And the Red Shores Late Pick 4 has a guaranteed pool of $1,500 and starts right now. Race number 10.
Okay, Elm Grove Uncanny getting the attention on the board, and for good reason. Look at this good-looking 2-year-old daughter by Malicious, owned by Joe Baxter and Aerith Riley of Summerside. Joe Baxter training. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat, coming in off a big second in a PEI Cold State Grassroot. Last time out, 58-4. Closing quarter, 28-2. Kicked home in 28-3. In her qualifier as well. And so from post 6 here today, I think she's ready to pounce on a victory. She looks good out there on the track. Good body language as she's scoring out there for Kenny Murphy in front of the fans. Going down the stretch, she looks good, and I'm pleased with what I see on the track. Elm Grove Uncanny, my top play here at 1-2.
And Kurt, we have a 50-50 draw winning ticket. 50-50 winning ticket for $2,400. C is in cat. 1597304. Once again, C as in cat. 1597304. $2,400. Good luck.
Terrorizer This with the rail control in this one. 2-year-old daughter by Stonebridge Terror. Jeff Valley is the owner. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell in the seat. Tried to cut the mile 2 back from post 5. Almost went the distance too. On the front end through the half in a minute, 2/5, 3/4, 1:30 and 3, and just got collared late in the mile by a really good EA Moneymaker. Race timed in 2:01. Had post 7 last time out. Spotted them 10 lengths at the quarter. Ended up 5th, beaten 6.5. Closed it out 28-4. So back inside, I think Terrorizer This and Campbell, they'll either be on the front or in the 2-hole in here. So Terrorizer This, if you're playing the exactor, this looks like the logical choice from the rail. 5-2. Tough post for the 2, always in full force in her last 2 starts. Post 6, 2 back, and then post 7 last time out, but she ended up finishing fourth both times. 2 minutes 1/5, 2 back, and then last time 2:02 flash. She was a winner in her debut from the rail. A little give and go early, getting the job done in 2 minutes 1/5 on the front end, and had to deal with traffic since that front end victory. So we'll see how they do from post 2, but I believe Mike's going to get her spotted up close to the lead, probably sitting in the 2 or 3 hole, and so she's worth a look if you're playing the try, currently at 9-2. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies B division lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it up to the voice of the Meadowlands, Hall of Famer Ken Workington. Take it away.
All right, Kurt, we have Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies. They are pacers. It's a B division and a purse of $6,000. $3. A big favorite here is Elm Grove Uncanny, the 6th. 5-2, the 1 Terrorizer, this. And we have a recall. Lights are flashing. We have a recall, and wagering continues on race 10. The recall charge to the 5, Blood Magic, interfered with the 4, Hail Force wins. 5 interfered with the 4 to cause the recall.
Okay, we'll try this again. 10th race lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Take 2 up to Ken Workington for the call.
Still odds on choice here. 6 Elm Grove Uncanny in this division, B division of Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old filly pacers for $6,000. Right now 2-1 on the 1 Terrorizer, this second choice on the board. After the recall, field of 7 on gate 4, the 10th race, and into the stretch, ready for start. Here they come. And they're off, always in full force out fast. Blood Magic, Elm Grove Uncanny stacked up 4 deep on the outside. Terrorizer, this on the rail leaves alertly. Terrorizer, this, always in full force. Those two squaring off as they race off the turn. Blood Magic settles in. Elm Grove Uncanny continues on from 4th, now 3rd. Redland Rain to the outside as they continue on towards the opening quarter. And then it's back to I'm a Country Girl on the inside. Dropping back there was Redland Rain as they pass the opening quarter. And Blood Magic, Redland Rain, and way back I'm a Country Girl. Opening quarter for Elm Grove Uncanny at 3-5 for Kenny Murphy was 28-3 as they come off the turn. Always in full force second. Terrorizer, this is 3rd. Blood Magic is 4th. And Redland Rain tightens in from 5th, a gap at 3 lengths to I'm a Country Girl, 6th on the inside. Hail Force Winds gets underway from the back of the pack as they hit the half. Elm Grove Uncanny, the favorite, always in full force, and Michael McGuigan riding the pocket spot as they head into turn 3. And chase Elm Grove Uncanny off a half, rated 59 seconds uncontested. So always in full force back in that second spot. Here comes Redland Rain first up on the outside for a fierce bid. Now second on the outside and threatening. Terrorizer This is 4th under urging. Blood Magic on the inside 5th. And then it's back to the 2 trailers. That's I'm a Country Girl and Hail Force Wins at 3/4. And it's still Elm Grove Uncanny under steady pressure 129 and 3. Redland Rain won't go away. Always in full force. Will need some racing room. Is full of pace there. Terrorizer This is 4th. And a late move from Blood Magic on the outside 5th. Off that 3/4 in 129 and 3. They try to close in on Elm Grove Uncanny, who digs in. Elm Grove Uncanny always in full force, pouring it on. Redland Rain on the outside. Elm Grove Uncanny digs in and holds on. And then close Redland Rain, always in full force, and Blood Magic. The mile, 2 minutes, 1/5.
Oh, wow, the pressure was on this filly on the front down the stretch. They were coming at her on both sides, and she did not buckle under the pressure. Kenny Murphy and Elm Grove Uncanny on the front end, 28 and 3, half 59, 3/4, 129 and 3. The 7 with a big brush, Redland Rain and Adam Murda. They're going to battle on the outside and up the inside. From a pocket trip up the rail is the 2, always in full force, and McGuigan, but the 6 is going to hold on in the middle. Elm Grove Uncanny picks up her first winning pari-mutuel win here with Kenny Murphy in the seat for trainer Joe Baxter, and she gets it done in a nice trip of 2 minutes, 1/5 in Atlantic Sire Stake, 2-year-old filly B division. And up next, we'll see her in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Judges have posted 6, Elm Grove Uncanny. The 7, Redland Rain, 2nd. The 2, always in full force, was 3rd. And the 5, Blood Magic, 4th. 6-7, 2-5. Number 6, Elm Grove Uncanny, 2-year-old. She's a 2-year-old filly by Malicious out of Jen's Credit by Up the Credit. Owned by Joseph Baxter, Spring Valley, and Erith Riley of Summerside. Was bred by Bobby J. Gordon of Elmsdale. And trained by Joseph Baxter, a double, training double tonight, and a driving double for Kenny Murphy. Ken Murphy and Joseph Baxter, Elm Grove Uncanny's first lifetime win, 2nd career start. 2 minutes and 1/5 in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle, winning this B division of Atlantic Sire Stakes. Elm Grove Uncanny, its official 320. A 6-7 exactor paid $208. The $2 Triactor, $1,854.90. 20-cent Superfecta, $143.87. Terrorizer, this was 5th, always in full force 3rd. I'm a Country Girl 7th. Hail Force Wins 6th. Blood Magic 4th. Elm Grove Uncanny the winner. Redland Rain was 2nd. 5-3-7, 6-4, 1-2. It was 28-3, 59, 129-3, 2 minutes and a 5th for Elm Grove Uncanny in race 10. So the late pick 4 is underway. Up next, race 11. Post time 9:36 in 8 minutes. It's the Paul Weeks Memorial Presentation, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, and Triactor on race 11. In this upcoming 11th race, a couple of additional owners, added owners for the two deals at deal, Zachary and Alex Gaudreau. They're stepping out onto the racetrack for race 11. The 1 is Louis the Great, owned by Leith Waite and Leslie Waite, trained by Leslie Waite with Corey McPherson. A Deal's a Deal, number 2, owned by Maxime Gaudreau, Joseph Delepage, and add Zachary and Alex Gaudreau as ownership. Charles Gaudreau, the trainer, and driven by Maxime Gaudreau. Doc Awesome, number 3, is owned by Darla McEachern, Alan Gaudette, and Mike Cameron. Darla McEachern trains with Gilles Barrio. 4, Burnout Hanover, owned by Orwell Bay Stable. Jeff Holmes trains, Brady Sweet driving. Majestic Mason is number 5, is owned by Stephen Downey and trained by Richard Armstrong with Ken Murphy. And Pendleton Road, number 6, is owned by Tyler Burke, Robin and Ava Burke. Adam Murner trains and drives. It's the Paul Weeks Memorial presentation. Race 11 offering Exacta, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor. And up next, a message from HPI and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Okay, out we go to the track for the Paul Weeks Memorial. Now winners 1601 last 4 starts, and I'm going with Doc Awesome. 5-year-old gelding by All Bets Off. Driven tonight by the Maritime Magic Man, Gilles Barrio, for trainer Darla McEachern. She shares ownership with Alan Goody and Mike Cameron. And this one's coming in off a strong 4th place finish in 57-1, where he shot out to the early lead, got a good 2-hole trip, finished back just a length at the finish in Summerside, and then just missed 2 back where he left out alertly again. Was forwardly placed in the 2-hole and was only back 3/4 of a length at the finish in 55-2, 29-2. Final penalty of broken equipment on that day, and then how about that trip 3 back, 54-3, a good 4th again, right in that 2-hole. So he is good gate speed, so I'll look for Barrio to maybe put him on the front here tonight. Doc Awesome at 5-2. Pendleton Rodeo leaves at a post 6 for trainer driver Adam Murner. Tyler Burke shares ownership with Robin and Ava Burke, and this one he was second last time out, 57 flat in Summerside. A little left from the rail, got away 3rd, back to the front, and just narrowly lost to Freeman's Legacy on that day. But prior to that, he showed some pretty nice miles from off the pace. I like that start 4 back, where he rallied from off the pace. He sat 5th early, get up for the win at 54-4, and that was his 2nd win in a row. He won in 54-4 the week prior from a 2-hole ride. So he's very versatile, and from the outside, I'm betting the maybe set up a second over trip, and they'll be heard from before this one's over. If the half is quick in this one, Pendleton Rodeo could get it all in deep stretch. 3-1 currently. The 2 and 3 show good early speed. Here's another one that shows really good early speed. That's the veteran Burnout Hanover from post 4 for Brady Sweet. Jeff Holmes trains. Orwell Bay Stable is the owner. Tried to cut the mile at 2 back from the rail. Ended up 4th in 55-3. Closed it out 28-3, so he didn't exactly let go, but there were some good horses in that race at this 16:01 level, and so he's he had to settle for fourth on that day. He was a good third last time out, 55-3, but he was up against some terrific horses in Nothing Bugs Me, who's been phenomenal since relocating from the West Coast. And Fill My Beer having a real good sophomore campaign. So Burnout Hanover, if you're playing the try, Burnout Hanover could be a good option at 4-1. Okay, 11th race starter swinging up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is the Paul Weeks Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner up to Ken Workington for the call.
Post time for race 11 and a 8-5 or 7-5 favorite. 8-5-3 Doc Awesome. 5-2-2. A deal's a deal. Now 3-1. 890 on the 1. Louis the Great taking action. They're on gate. Race 11. Here they come. They're off. Doc Awesome shoots out with Burnout Hanover right there to join him. A deal's a deal with early speed on the inside third. Louis the Great cuts the corner fourth. Around the first turn, Majestic Mason next to last, and Pendleton Rodeo will be the early trailer. Burnout Hanover and Brady Sweet. Burnout Hanover planted up front across the backstretch. Doc Awesome in for the pocket ride. A deal's a deal third as they approach the opening quarter. Louis the Great is fourth, followed by Majestic Mason and Pendleton Rodeo trails, and Doc Awesome retook here between calls for Jill's Barrio at 4-5. Doc Awesome off the opening quarter and around the turn with Burnout Hanover second. Coming off the turn, a deal's a deal tracking third. Louis the Great on the inside fourth, then Majestic Mason and Pendleton Rodeo will have to pass them all as they race towards the half. Doc Awesome is first there in full control. A deal's a deal comes first up to challenge on the outside. Burnout Hanover in the pocket spot as they continue around the turn. Turn 3. Majestic Mason saving ground fourth on the inside. To the outside goes Louis the Great from fifth, and then it's Pendleton Rodeo. The quarter was 28 and the half 57 seconds across the backstretch, and it's Doc Awesome. He is the target. Doc Awesome in front. Burnout Hanover continues to ride the pocket spot. A deal's a deal, grinding his way into second on the outside, towing Louis the Great closer. Second over now, fourth, and looking poised to come three high. Majestic Mason was shuffled back, and Pendleton Rodeo is right there, three deep and driving, and he's picking them off as they turn for home off 3/4 in 1:26 into the stretch drive. They try to swarm in on Doc Awesome, and here is Pendleton Rodeo and Adam Myrna right by from last to first. A power sweep. Pendleton Rodeo then tight. Louis the Great or Doc Awesome on the inside. 1:55 and 4.
Yeah, we talked about this guy's versatility, and he used it to his advantage here as Myrna drafted at the back of the pack. with Pendleton Rodeo and let the others duke it out early. Doc Awesome and Burnout Hanover, a little give and go. I mentioned they had that great early speed from both horses, and they were give and go early. 28 back to the front for Doc Awesome, and Barrio half 57, 3/4 126. Last quarter of the race was only 29-4, so they were getting tired up front, and Murner flipped the switch on this guy, and he was gone after that 3-wide blast around the last turn. He opened up to win by 3 or 4 lengths in 55-4, and then it's close for second. It looks like they got the photo sign up. Yeah, the 3 is second. Doc Awesome and Louis the Great in there for the show dose. So 6-3-1. Unofficially here in race 7. Coming up next is Pendleton Rodeo in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle.
Judges posting 6 Pendleton Rodeo first, 3 Doc Awesome second, the 1 Louis the Great third, and the 2 A Deal's a Deal fourth. 6-3-1-2. And here's the 6 Pendleton Rodeo. 4-year-old bay horse by betting line out of Wild West Show by Western Hanover. Owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario. Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, Prince Edward Island. Adam Murner trains and drives. Win number 3 on the season. For Pendleton Rodeo, 155 from last to first, winning the Paul Weeks Memorial. Trackside, family and friends with the cooler presentation in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. It's official. 6 Pendleton Rodeo, $10, $472.80. The 3 Doc Awesome, $230 and $210. The 1 Louis the Great, $220. The Exactor, $11.60, 6-3 posted. Triactor $48.50. 20-cent Superfecta 6-3-1-2 29.19. Louis the Great was third. A Deal's a Deal fourth. Doc Awesome second. Burnout Hanover sixth. Majestic Mason fifth. Pendleton Rodeo the winner 3-4-2 6-5-1. They went 28, 57, 126, 155 for Pendleton Rodeo in race 11. No changes. Race 12 up next. Post time 9:55 in 8 minutes. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Philly Pacers A Division $15,540. Late Daily Double Exactor 20-cent Superfecta and Triactor. Race 12, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old filly pacers, A Division, number 1, Windermere Sky, Windermere Farms, and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watts with Mark Campbell. Number 2, Salzbrook Desi, owned by Greyland Farm, Joseph Gamba, Leonard Myers trains with Brody McPhee driving. Beach Jewels, number 3, with Reg McPherson as the owner. Kevin McLean trains Gilles Barrio. 4, Gia's Gem is owned by Donna Wilson and trained by Cyril McDonald with Claire McDonald. Number 5, Fancy Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated. Trainer Nick Oakes with Norris Rogers. And the 6, Exhilarating, is owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey, trained by Daryl McLean with James McDonald. This A Division going for $15,540. Atlantic Sire Stakes, race 12, daily double. That's a late double, 12 and 13, Exactor, Superfecta, and Triactor. Thank you to the Guardian, title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial, scheduled for Friday, August 15th.
The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation. This special race is held annually during Gold Cup Week and honors the contributions of the McGregor family to the harness racing industry.
And the Maritime Magic Man takes the quadruple Perio and Avatar J.
Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Friday, August 15th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, proudly presented by The Guardian.
Yeah, and the draw is out for the James Roach McGregor Memorial Race 13 on Friday night. Post time for the race is scheduled to go around 9:43 p.m. Malignity's on the rail. Nothing But Finesse has post 2. Lakers Bank has post 3. Bounty Hunter from post 4. Twinbee Tough Enough from post 5. Salzbrook Ian post 6. Better Than Spring post 7. And Rollums on the outside post 8 in the James Roach McGregor Memorial. And again, that comes up in race 13 on Friday night. And the Friday night first post is 6 p.m. Okay, race 12 starters on track. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies, A Division, purse $15,540. And the undefeated filly on the rail, Windermere Sky, putting her winning streak on the line here tonight. Talented 2-year-old daughter by Somewhere Fancy. She raced some aged filly and mares and horses last time out, and she was able to track along in the 3-hole from post 1 and was able to scoot home for the victory in 55 and 3. Kicked home in 27 and 2. So Windermere Sky, definitely the one to beat on the rail for Mark Campbell and trainer Earl Watts. Salzbrook Desi, Brody McPhee, they got a good shot at hitting the ticket in here. Greyland Farm and Joseph Gamba share ownership. Lenny Myers trains. Brody McPhee in the seat. 2-year-old daughter by Somewhere Fancy. Hit the ticket in her last 3 starts. Reeled off 2 deuces in a row, 58 and change. And then last time out from off the pace from post 6, she rallied to finish 3rd. Race timed at 58 and 3. So Salzbrook Desi could complete the Somewhere Fancy Exactor. And why not throw in a malicious filly to round out the Triactor? DNF last time out, but prior to that, look at those trips: 57 and 4, 2 back, finishing 3rd, 29 and 1, and then Broken Equipment 4th last time that she raced 58 and 2, and that was at Summerside in a PEI Cold Stake Gold. And so from post 4, Claire McDonald doing the driving for Toby McDonald. For owner Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia. I think she could hit the top 3 here. I got her in for 3rd. Gia's Gem at 19 to 1. It's post time for race 12, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division, and they are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. 1-9 currently on the 1 Windermere Sky as she looks to make it 4 in a row and remain perfect in her young career. Up to Ken Workington for the call.
For $15,540, A division 2-year-old filly Pacers Atlantic Sire Stakes, race 12 in the 1-9 stand at the 1 Windermere Sky, 3 for 3. Field of 6 on gate, and here they come. They're off, Exhilarating, and James McDonald blasts off big time with that one to outsprint the favorite Windermere Sky. Second into the first turn. Salzbrook Desi is going to settle in third there in front of Beach Jewels. And then Gia's Gem in a gap of 2 lengths to Fancy Gal, the early trailer and early movement out of second. Windermere Sky, the big chalk here with Mark Campbell taking over. Windermere Sky swings over to the cones after taking charge. Exhilarating, a fast start, secures a pocket ride, and bump drafts the helmet of the big favorite. Salzbrook Desi tracking third on the inside, followed by Beach Jewels fourth, and then a gap of 2-3 to Gia's Gem and Fancy Gal from the back of the pack, 29-1. They wheel off the turn by the grandstand. Windermere Sky, she is 3 for 3 lifetime and getting a big time breather here on the engine. Exhilarating right there in second. Salzbrook Desi tracking third past the half. Beach Jewels is fourth. And then it's Gia's Gem on the inside, fifth, and Fancy Gal's underway from last. Half 59-3, 30-2 breather in that second quarter. On turn 3 and off that turn across the backstretch, chasing Windermere Sky by a length. Right there is Exhilarating, a perfect trip so far. Salzbrook Desi gaps a bit in third, and Gia's Gem is asked to pick it up on the outside. Is soon to be fourth. The Beach Jewels on the inside, stride for stride with that one. Off stride, Fancy Gal doing some fancy stepping. Past 3/4 in 1:29. It's Windermere Sky in front. Exhilarating is poised to pounce. Will have to pounce right now, though. Salzbrook Desi tracking third, and Beach Jewels fourth into the stretch drive. Windermere Sky turns it on, and she's toying with them here. Windermere Sky undefeated, 4 for 4, and wrapped up. Windermere Sky, then Exhilarating, Salzbrook Desi, and Beach Jewels in 1:57-2.
Another impressive win here for the 1 Windermere Sky, 2-year-old filly by Somewhere Fancy at a How Mac Missy. I remember her in her racing career. This one looks kind of like her, the way she goes with her head and that, and she's got a big back end, a lot of speed coming from that back end, and a big motor. Kicked home in 28-2 for her fourth consecutive win in 1:57-2. The sixth left out and got forwardly placed in here. Exhilarating, and James McDonald setting up shop in the 2-hole. They're going to round out the exactor, and in there for third is the 2 Salzbrook Desi and Brody McPhee. So 1-6-2 unofficially here in race number 12. Windermere Sky will be in the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle next.
Judges posting 1 Windermere Sky, 6 Exhilarating second. The 2 Salzbrook Desi third, and 3 Beach Jewels fourth. 1-6-2-3. And here's the impressive Windermere Sky, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy out of How Mac Missy by Mr. Big. Bred by Windermere Farms Springvale and owned by Windermere Farms. Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Trainer Earl Watts, winning driver Mark Campbell. She's undefeated 4 for 4. And the mile 157 and 2/5, winning this A division of Atlantic Sire Stakes. The undefeated Windermere Sky. Race 12 official, Windermere Sky the winner, Salzbrook Desi third. Beach Jewels fourth, Gia's Gem fifth, Fancy Gal sixth, Exhilarating second, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2. 29 and 1, 59 and 3, 129, 157 and 2. The one Windermere Sky 210. The Exactor 650, Triactor 1540, Superfecta 302. Race 13, our finale up next. Post time at 10:15 in 9 minutes. Exactor 20 cent. Super High Five and Triactor. It's the Keir Jones and Ali Carr Memorial.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Charlottetown, and race 13 coming up next is our finale, so it is our second and final Super High Five of the evening. So take a look at the 13th and give it a shot. 7 away from post time. Okay, 13th finale coming up next. Keir Jones and Ali Carr, Memorial owners of 701. Last four, and there's a look at our picks for the finale. Ken Workington, 326. I'm going with a 362. Post time picks, that's Peter McPhee, looks at 523. And classifier's choice going a little different as well, 645. Here in the finale, it looks wide open.
These are the Pacers for race 13. 20-cent Super High Five. The one, Doc Darrell, is owned by Morgan Shepard. He is the trainer with Colin Shepard. George's Credit, number 2, with Corey McPherson driving for Philip Kelly. ABC, number 3, owned by Dewar Burho. Clifford Murphy trains with Paul McKenzie. 4, Dylan Sam, owned by Alan Gregory and Tyson McDonald, trained by Alan Gregory with Miles Heffernan. The 5, Delightful Wine, owned by Erland Campbell, trained by Madison Poirier with Mark Campbell. Rymar Jimbo, number 6, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette. Eric Doucette, the trainer. Ken Murphy drives. 7, Neptune Sealster, owned by Carly Ward, Michael Gallant, Nicole McPherson, trained by Michael Gallant with Ryan DeRoche. Leave and Bruises, number 8, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux. Basil Hunter trains with Brady Sweet in the sulky. A field of 8. Race 13, the Keir Jones Ali Carr Memorial Exactor. 20-cent Super High Five and Triactor offered on race 13. And don't forget, we're back with live racing tomorrow night, Wednesday night, featuring the 2- and 3-year-old trotters in Atlantic Sire Stakes. First race post time, 6 p.m.
Okay, 13th finale coming up. It's Super High Five time here in Charlottetown. And it's Zakir Jones and Ali Carr Memorial. And for my Super High Five ticket, I'm going with a 3-6-2. 4-1. I like ABC. Big winner for Steve Murphy the last time out, 56-4. And tonight from another inside draw, post 3, same post. I think this one can get the job done to go back to back. The 6, going to throw the 6 Reimar Jimbo and Kenny Murphy in there for second on the class drop. And then I'm going to throw the 2 George's Credit in there for third, with the 4 and 1 in there for fourth and fifth. Ken Workington. He's going with a 3-2-6-1-4, and Vance Cameron, he likes a 3-6-5-1-8 here in the finale. Driver Paul McKenzie back home here on the island. Great to see him back home. He opened up the card with a win aboard Capuano, and I think he's got a great shot at closing down the card with a win aboard ABC. And I mentioned at the top of the program that Paul McKenzie, after that win in the first, he's sitting at 93.98, 9,398 driving wins, so he's closing in on 9,400 wins. Just an incredible career on the B tracks in Ontario, and so great to see him back home here with some live mounts to drive during Old Home Week. '13th finale lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. Great night of racing. We're closing it out here with the Keir Jones and Ali Carr Memorial, up to Ken Workington for the call.
Yeah, even money on the 5. Delightful Wine here. It looks like a Mark Campbell late double is possible. 3 ABC off a win, 8-5, with Paul McKenzie looking for the bookends tonight. Race 13, High 5 finale. Field of 8 on gate. Here they come. They're off, and Dylan Sam guns out and goes for the lead. George's Credit from the inside left sharply. So did Doc Darrell on the inside. 3 across the track as they head around the first turn. ABC got away in 4th position. Delightful Wine backs away in 5th and tucks in front of Reimar Jimbo. And then came Neptune Sealster and leaving bruises across the backstretch. Dylan Sam with Miles Heffernan lead it by a length and a quarter. Doc Darrell in for the pocket ride. George's Credit tracking in third, and ABC is fourth as they hit the opening quarter. Delightful Wine fifth on the inside, followed by Rymar Jimbo. And then it's Neptune Sealster and Leavin' Bruises. That opening quarter was 28 and 3, and they start to pair up off the turn. And by the grandstand, Dylan Sam on the point here, the long shot leader. Here comes ABC and Paul McKenzie to force the issue. Tracked by Delightful Wine on the outside, second over, soon to be third. Doc Darrell shovel to fourth. At the half, George's Credit fifth. Then Rymar Jimbo's sixth, and Neptune Sealster and Leavin' Bruises. That half up in just 59 seconds. And it's ABC on the outside, and Dylan Sam on the rails, stride for stride. The trading blows off the turn. Doc Darrell in the pocket spot off those dueling leaders. Delightful Wine gapped fourth on the outside, starts to inch in just a bit. George's Credit needs racing room, and then it's Neptune Sealster backpedaling, followed by Leavin' Bruises, and Rymar Jimbo can see them all. ABC has seized command for Paul McKenzie and tries to open up. 127 and 3. ABC now by 3. Now 4. 3 wide comes George's Credit on the outside. Delightful Wine is in between them. Off the turn and into the stretch drive. And it's ABC by 5. ABC blows them away. ABC and Paul McKenzie romp in the finale over Delightful Wine. Then Leavin' Bruises. George's Credit flying late was Neptune Sealster. 156 and 2.
Well, shout out to driver Steve Murphy. Got this guy back on track. Gave him some confidence last week. Paul McKenzie picks up the live mount for tonight's drive in the Keir Jones and Ali Carr Memorial. Similar trip. First up, Brush and Crush. He gets there for the win in 56 and 2 off a half, and 59 back half, 57 and 2. Big effort from ABC as he goes back to back. And Paul McKenzie, as I mentioned, he's closing in on 9,400 wins. He's now just one away from 9,400 in an incredible career as a driver. And so he's going to open up the card and close down the card here on Tuesday night of Old Home Week.
Judges have posted 3 ABC first, 5 Delightful Wine second. The 8 Leavin' Bruises third, 2 George's Credit fourth, 3, 5, 8, 2 on the board.
35824 is the unofficial super high five in here as well. And ABC and Paul McKenzie, they are next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
And returning to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle is number 3, ABC. Brown Gelding, 5-year-old by Check 6, out of Dragon Moon by Dragon Again. It was bred in Illinois by Ed A. Miller Frontier Farms, owned by Duar Burho of Charlottetown, trained by Clifford Murphy. And it's bookends for Paul McKenzie, a driving double tonight. ABC wins again. Second win of 2025 for ABC, 156 and 2/5. And for driver Paul McKenzie, career victory, $9,399. What a career. $56 million in career earnings. And it's the Keir Jones, Ali Carr Memorial Cooler presentation to ABC and Paul McKenzie and Clifford Murphy and the Winning Connections. It's official. Race 13 is official once again. 3 ABC, $3.60 on the win ticket. Exactor paid $10. 3.5, 3.58 Triactor, $118.70. Late double, $3.40. The pick four, $7.41. Doc Darrell 7th. George's Credit 4th. ABC, the race winner. Dylan Sam 5th. Delightful Wine 2nd. Rymar Jimbo 8th. Neptune Sealster 6th. Leave and Bruises 3rd. Rechecking 7-4-1, 5-2-8-6-3. It was 28-3, 59, 127-3, 156 and 2/5. The high five payoff was $400.57. $400.57 for that super high five. It was 3, 5, 8, 2, and 4. And ladies and gentlemen, that will complete our program tonight. As we conclude this Tuesday night of racing, we wrap it up and we are back in action tomorrow night, Wednesday. Live racing resumes. Old Home Week continues. Post time 6 p.m. tomorrow night. And don't forget, Saturday we cap off Old Home Week with the 66th Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. On behalf of track announcer Vance Cameron and our entire crew here, this is Ken Workington at the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us and your generous support. Tonight's Perry Mutual handle, $164,534. Have a great evening. We'll see you again tomorrow night. Drive safely. Good night.